Let's go on that one. All right.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? All right.
We're good.
So last night, Josh Johnson dropped an hour and 7-minute comedy set all about P Diddy, and it was
I watched it.
I thought Josh Johnson was an NFL quarterback.
Nobody watches the NFL. We watch obscure stand-up comedians. Thank you.
Should watch it.
It was. Did you said you watched it, Keegan?
Yeah.
I finished it today. It was really good.
Yeah, it was really good.
It was.
I was supposed to be asleep.
A thousand.
Yeah. Like, I saw 3 bottles in a friend's house once, and I was like, these are some freaks.
And I was like,
For those of you who live under a rock, Diddy had like 1,000 bottles of baby oil when they, ran through his place looking for shit, and I don't know, it's weird.
You know what's uncomfortable is hearing all the people talk
weird.
about it that say the word like freakouts or whatever the fuck. Like,
Freak-offs?
Freak-offs? That's the word, yeah.
Yeah.
They're like,
what is that?
what we found out today was that there were hundreds of freak-offs. It just it gives me the heebie-jeebies every time they say it.
It should.
I actually don't know what free. So the first time I heard that reference was through Josh Johnson, and I was like, I have no idea what he's referencing.
Oh yeah, they were basically just
Involuntary
Diddy's
orgies.
version of like those like Eyes Wide Shut parties where he collected blackmail on everyone. I know not everybody's gonna get that reference because there's some young folks in here, but
I saw Eyes Wide Shut. I don't get that reference because it's been so long and that movie was so fucking weird.
Opening scene.
fair. Yeah, it's just basically just wild debaucherous sex parties that not everyone really wants to be there for.
I would say
But
most
for
probably
various
didn't.
reasons they're there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Hosted
Wild.
by a uber rich megalomaniac crazy villain devil person.
Kind of on topic. Jake,
Elon
you want to
Musk?
remind us why we're going to Howard Glen?
Oh.
Oh.
I'm sorry, my mind's just picturing these freak-offs right now.
That's what he called them. They're now it's like it's in like official court documents.
I hope they talk about it in the court case.
So, Monday was my birthday. Without a word of exaggeration, my birthday gift was sleep. It was awesome.
I was gonna say that's one of the best gifts I could have wished for.
That's pretty nice.
I ended up working about 6 hours that day, but all in all, I got very broken up. But all in all, I got about 10 hours of sleep. Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why I'm alive right now is because of that. So, anyways,
Happy belated. Even though I told you happy birthday on your birthday.
Maggie, every year, without a doubt, texts me happy birthday. Well, DMs me happy birthday a week before my birthday. Every year, every time. I'm always like, you're a week early. Oh, damn, it's my reminder. I'm like, every year.
That's funny.
Yeah. Hey,
Now
listen,
it's tradition.
she's better than me. I have no idea what year or month she was born in. So, being off by a week is...
So you know what day, but not what week or month?
Yes, it was a Thursday.
Okay.
Okay.
Like Thanksgiving.
There's a Thursday once. I often have friends remind me that my birthday's coming up. I'm
When
like,
is your birthday?
November 15th. I actually forgot for a second.
You know what's funny is I forgot my birthday was coming up, and then I went to physical therapy on Friday, and when I went to go log into the machine, the beep 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 beep, and can we charge your card thing? And I was like, yeah, sure, beep, and then it said, happy birthday, your birthday's in 3 days, and I was like, what? Oh, well, that's right. Thank you, physical therapy. Oh shit, I'm at physical therapy because I'm so old. Like, God damn it.
God, yeah. That's what I just had to do when you were like, oh, when is your birthday? I was like, well, it's like 11/15, which is because I've like had to put it in so many times checking my medical stuff.
Was it
Like,
before
what month's
Google?
11?
Yes.
Hmm.
Was it before Windows 95? Yes.
So
Make sure you just
11 out
finish-
of.
Finish telling us the rest of your date of birth and the last four of your social while you're at it, please. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. No.
Now go on. We're listening.
You were buying time to drink your coffee. You've had your sip. Let's go.
Jake, you want to remind us why we're going down river to Hod Glen? Or are you still thinking about the freak offs?
Well, it's not
let me-
completely unrelated.
Let me bring up Keegan's notes here.
Scott was literally just talking
Were
to
mine
Diddy to
good?
get his
I can't
notes
even
to start
remember.
this campaign.
Oh, God.
What?
Do you think at one point in
Alright,
time I used to
so-
love Puff Daddy, like back in the 90s? I was like, oh man, his
Wait, is
music's
Diddy
so
Puff
good.
Daddy? Are they the same person?
They are the same person.
Back
Oh,
then he
okay.
was Puff Daddy. I
He's
remember,
had a million names.
I remember people started referring to him as Diddy. I was confused. I was like Diddy Kong? And they're like, no, P. Diddy. I was like, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I've heard P. Diddy. It's like, oh, Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, interesting. They must really like each other.
But obviously, I made the correlation many years ago at this point, but it was like, I don't know. And it took embarrassingly long for me to figure it out. Anyways, Jake?
All right, so, Dan is finally convicted, I think. Even though that was a bit of a skip through. We got Nathan Fox elected to the city council. Wade didn't beat up an old guy and cause him to later die. Did give that said person his last healing potion that he received earlier in the session. And yeah, now we're trying to get a boat to book passage down south to Hod Gwen.
I wanted to laser in for a moment on the actual trial, because unless I'm mistaken, the three of your characters showed up wearing Dan's clothing. Is that true?
Yes, we did.
I rolled very poorly, so apparently yes.
Okay. I'm looking for unanimous yes on this one as Jake continues to nod.
Listen, Keegan rolled for it. Couldn't find his
I
clothes.
did roll for it. I did roll for it. All right. Yeah, I guess I did.
All right. Three of you show up wearing Dan's clothes. He doesn't notice at first because, obviously there's a lot of stuff going on. But at some point in time, when I imagine to Aldo that brings his attention to it, is he's like... and
Nope.
and he looks over and he's like, what the hell? And then looks past you and steps back and leans at the other ones.
I don't think Koa even knows he's wearing Dan's clothes. Aldo fucking switched him out and didn't tell him. Koa didn't notice the switch.
Kayla's
I rolled
just
like a
keeping a straight
3.
face. As if nothing is different.
Yeah, Koa's just like, I wonder why Dan's looking this way.
So when he sees that, he looks very upset. However, there's nothing he can do about it. He even leans over and tries to speak to the captain of the guard. Sorry, the not the captain. Sorry, the
Constable.
constable.
Yeah.
About it as well. But the constable looks like why are you even talking to me right now? There's important stuff going on, and just kind of brushes it aside. But then later on, when he realizes what you guys did, he will say, "What made you make this decision?"
I don't know what you mean. I bought these off a traveling merchant, especially for this this case.
What? What
All
traveling
of
merchant?
my clothes were stolen.
Yeah, I don't know. I bought these ones from Keith.
What is wrong with your clothes?
I don't know.
Koa will be just like
Constable?
look around confused because he literally does not know what's going on.
Are those your normal? Are those your normal clothes?
They were laid out by my things, so they must be.
Ah, well, these aren't mine, and those aren't his. So it's a little bit odd.
Are you saying that Dan had someone plant clothes in our houses?
Exactly.
He's just
This is the dumbest shit. My poor dumb boy.
Oh man, I thought he had average intelligence.
He does, but like, what's the like? Who would do this? This makes no sense.
So the constable, not very impressed with the situation, is like, this makes it very difficult for me to continue to it just makes a mixed impression. Well, at least it would if much word of this got out, but I don't think you have to worry too much about it. He says, looking over at Dan, who's like, being dragged away after, the hearing or whatever's over. As that's done. He shakes his head and says, anyways, we already discussed that you're going to have to be able to get out of here as quickly as possible. And so we needed to have a means of you leaving. Fortunately, before the...
He figured it out.
Holy shit, he doesn't have average... He has a +1!
I think I rolled wisdom last time.
Oh my god. He's above average intelligence.
Dude, some things are so dumb that smart people can't figure them out.
Listen, his character is smart
I'm a
enough to know that the
4.0
world is
student.
flat. You know what I mean? Like this, I mean, is problematic.
Some things are just so stupid that logic and intelligence are actually a detriment to helping you figure them out. Aldo's like, what if we wear Dan's clothes prank is so fucking dumb. that
it's
only
so
Aldo
good.
can figure out why it's happening.
it's
Right.
happening because he put no thought into it. He just went, I like this.
We have fucking like Heath Ledger's Joker in our party, and like Koa's just like, I don't get it.
I spoke with the council. So my apologies. Never mind. So that's kind of like that conversation. Him more or less being like, these tricks make things difficult. Like makes it so it's hard for me to paint an image before the council. But obviously, your actions have done enough to kind of wash that away. But just remember, these old men have long memories. Or these old people have long memories. As a warning to you. But moving away from that
I don't
conversation,
know if they're.
Poor eyesight.
I don't know that they do. I'm just saying. I don't know if they remember what they had for breakfast.
I mean, he's not going to refute that or anything. As I said, the first action to take effect was him going through all those details. Once that's done, what's his name? Not Arthur. Sorry, Nathan. Nathan Vox. Is it Nathan? I want to say it's Nathan. Yeah, Arthur's the other one.
Correct.
So Nathan is going to make his way over to you. He's beaming wide, and says, "Wonderful. That went incredibly well. Thank you for all that you were able to do, so that we can see justice is served swiftly. Now, as a matter of swiftness, we can all agree that the longer that you spend dilly-dallying about here, the less likely it is that we're going to be able to, see to it that justice is served elsewhere. So, I've opened my coffers and convinced a little bit of Gemsmith to do so as well, and made it so it's feasible for you to be able to make swiftly downstream. Now, I understand that each of you are none too keen on the idea of sitting around and waiting any longer than you already have. I do apologize for that, but I have been able to book passage across multiple ships to ensure that you get the swiftest travel from here to Hot Gwen. But the first ship doesn't leave until just before daybreak in the morning. So you will have to sit just a little bit longer. I understand that it is a day where not all businesses are open. But perhaps you can take it, see to it any last second preparations that you need to do are taken care of.
That's very kind. Yes, perhaps we do have some things to do. And it would be good to get Nightstorm to stretch her legs a bit before being on a boat.
Don't worry about that. The first boat will be, it's a keel boat, so it's not going to be particularly large. However, you'll only be on it for a day, an entire day. From there, you will will meet, not even stopping at the port in, what's it called? You won't even be stopping at the port in Forvin. You'll actually be having to cross through a plank to get from the keelboat onto a ship, and from there there'll be a bit more space for her. It'll be a little bit more of a kind position for her to be in, and you'll sail across the lake that's there, then hop onto another keelboat just at some small docking place on the other side of the lake, and from there they'll be able to bring you the rest of the way to Hodgwen. All in all, the entire trek should take you less than 3 days, I'm told.
Well, that sounds good to me. Thank you very much for your assistance in this. Not gonna lie, when I first heard your name and was going to meet you, I thought you'd be quite a twat. But now, you're better than that.
There's like a moment where like his smile falters for a second, like at like the bluntness of it. Like he's definitely an echelon above where those kind of insults are so easily said while in kind company. Like it's one thing to walk down the street and somebody's like, "Twat," but like it's another thing to like be in kind company. And either way, so there's a moment where his like smile wavers for a moment, but
Koa is beaming.
Yeah, that like stifled laugh was in character.
he says, "Oh, Aldo, any response at all, or before I continue?"
Aldo's a little confused, and he just does say, well, yeah, you're paying for the boat, right? But has remuneration been discussed?
Sorry,
You're not getting paid for this, right?
You guys did get paid for it.
For what?
No, sorry, out of game. You guys got paid for the work that you did.
No, the work that we're about to do.
Oh, he's
That's what he says.
He goes, there has not been time for the council to meet and convene over a detail as to whether or not Leshev would bear some of that burden. Certainly, you have done your job here in Leshev, and you've been rewarded handsomely for it. However, I don't know.
I wasn't exactly rewarded, remember. I was forced.
He smiles at you and says, "Freedom, freedom, my good man. It was it was payment for the crimes
You're being
that you
ridiculous, and you know it. Yeah.
He nods. He knows it's ridiculous, but he wasn't a part of it, so he's having fun.
Yeah. Well, Gemsmith's son, we're being sent to rescue him. I'm sure he'd. Maybe we should be talking to him about this then.
He nods. He says, "Certainly, if you wanted to barter with him for a price up front, I'm sure that you could bend his feeble arm nice and snug behind his back. You can get his jaw to lock and his eyes to water. Very easily, he would cough up a fine price. At the end of the day, is that really what you want on your conscience? Or the reputation you want following you around?"
That I don't risk my life for nothing.
We wouldn't.
That
need
I
to
should possibly die to take down this. This town just keeps getting better. You know, you were supposed to be. You're supposed to be one of the. You know, you were supposed to be different, but you fit in really well.
He shakes his head slightly and says, "I don't even know what you mean."
Oh yeah, of course.
Well, either way, thank you for all that you've done. And as I said, the arrangements have been made. You'll be meeting down at the dock before the sun's rise. So I suggest you get a short rest before you begin your journey. Otherwise, if you need anything, he kind of turns slightly away from Aldo to look more at the two of you. If you need anything, you know where to find me.
Of course. Thank you again.
Appreciate it.
And
Good luck, councilman.
He'll grab he'll shake your hand, and he'll shake Mikhail's hand, and then he'll look to Aldo and give like a slight nod, and then he'll turn and walk away.
Well, I think that went exceptionally.
Nathan will remember that.
Hey, you got to call one of the most powerful men in the city a twat. That's something not everybody gets to say.
No. I said I thought he was a twat.
That's true. I shouldn't misquote you. But
Are we gonna not talk about the elephant in the room though? We did a job. We were paid for it.
we're gonna go talk to Gemsmith, right?
Oh, we are. Oh, okay. I just wasn't sure. You know.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're not gonna twist his arm.
These guys are really into indentured servitude. They'll force you to do something, and then they'll just like spread around town if you don't do something for free, for nothing. You know what I mean? That you're like the devil, even though you won't die for them, but they'll just lock you up and enslave you. I think Leshev are the slavers here. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes way deeper.
It
Everything,
does.
everything that honestly, have I done you guys wrong so far? I've been right about 2 guards here. All I'm saying is I think there's some deep set corruption to the point where I don't know whether if we lifted half the council's sleeves up, we find these tattoos.
I don't know if the slaving goes that deep. I mean, Aldo, you gotta remember, selfishness is pretty common. Doesn't always have to go that far.
Yeah, but they can just put you up on trumped up charges and make you do whatever they want. Otherwise, yeah. Remember, say freedom. That's what Councillor Fox said, right? I'm lucky to have it.
I can't argue with you there. Look, I don't have any love for this place either, but we should talk to Gemsmith either way. Maybe he offers something. Maybe he's got more information.
We do have to take into account the fact he's paying for our transport as well, and the transport is not cheap.
But the transport is to do his job. Like to do
I don't
the job
disagree
for
with
him.
you. Talking to him and getting paid would be excellent, but regardless, I do feel it would be wrong not to stop slavers, and really nobody hired slavers to do bad things, so it's in all of our interests to see them stopped, yes?
That is true, but you know more than most, the free folk don't work for free.
Well, that's also true.
I mean, between us, it's something that I would pursue regardless, but payment would be appreciated. And probably needed. We're gonna need, I don't know, at least maybe we can ask about potions or something. We haven't really got to make use of any of the ones.
Like I said, you guys lead this conversation because it's going to go a completely different way if I do. I have bad blood with, I think, every member of the council here now, especially the new one.
I mean, said he was a twat, so perhaps, well, I thought he was.
Yeah, and you don't really have to make waves with everyone you dislike, Aldo. I mean, makes sense.
No, but when they're more or less telling you, hey, you go out, risk your life. We have one life. When we go, we're gone. It's not like, we can, keep on trucking, or whatever the expression would be. But you know what I mean? Just go and do that, like, out of the goodness of your heart. You know what I mean? It's like, well, I want to get rid of the slavers as much as the next person. I you know what I mean? I'm invested at this point, but at the same time, I should be compensated.
Yeah.
No, I don't disagree, and I think that Gemsmith has a good reason to want to hire the right people to do this, which is why we will go talk to him. But you also had another job lined up, and your man was going to Hodgwyn, yes? So perhaps we can, even if this doesn't go great, we knock out one bird, and then we hit another bird while we're there.
Close enough.
Yeah, we can try and catch up with him if he's not already on his way back.
Did you ever get any details about that job?
Trying
to walk towards wherever Gemsmith is.
Yeah, it was to do with what was it again? There was a map, and there was exploring some of the keep, one of the keeps, or something like that. I think.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that could be pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I guess we're gonna go try to find Papa Gemsmith, whose name I keep forgetting.
Counselor. He was born. His name's actually Counselor Gemsmith.
It's in the
Given name counselor.
It's in the thing here.
Jim? Slim Gemsmith?
Last name is Gemsmith, but hold on, Gem.
I hope it's
Slim.
Slim.
Yolen Gemsmith.
Not nearly as good. Could have had Slim Gemsmith.
All right.
Oh, his son is Cleven. That's right. Okay.
Yeah, his son's Cleven, whatever it is. But the father is Yellen. As a reminder, Yellen Gemsmith, you have like the details or whatever on the So you go to speak with him, which is not
is a
very
new
hard
day,
to do
right?
because I'm sorry.
This is the next day from whenever we talked to the last old dude.
This is
So I have all my rage back in case I need to beat up another old man.
To answer that, okay, and now I know what you're asking. The answer is yes. Yesterday was Saturday Day.
Cool.
Today's Allen's Day. Allen's Day is
all right, time to get Aldo paid, whatever it takes.
Allen's Day is effectively Sunday if you're thinking about the 7-day calendar. So this is the day that they were saying there shouldn't be court.
The thingamajig running, by the way?
Oh, I didn't press start. Nope, I'll do it right now for you, sir.
What if we just take out all the council members and take over Leshev and just like, have
You want Leshev?
it's cleansed, Not like go and kill everybody cleanse, but like, get the constable and like we go and like clean up the badness.
He's saying if you lock everybody in a barn. A little snake pops up.
That's so much work.
Yes, I'd love to do this for you.
Do you guys remember when Tyler used to put on an accent?
I wasn't part of that campaign.
You remember when Tyler
Scott used to act like he was tall?
See, I'm 5'11".
Yes, it's me.
No way. Try to compliment him.
5'11".
Moving on. I'm the second tallest person on the stream. Okay.
Yay.
So
4 of us.
So where are we? Yeah. So either way, it's Allen's Day. So you obviously like he is the meeting is adjourned and he's making his way back home because it wasn't assumed that you were going to have a conversation over with him. So when you go to catch up with him, it's relatively easy to do. He's an older chap. As a reminder, he's not like incredibly feeble like the other ones. He's old. So if you look at age categories in D&D, he's not venerable. He's old, right? So he's like not in his 70s. He's in like his 60s or something like that, right?
So he was like the baby of the group.
Yeah, he's like running for president. Being 59 is young. So, so anyways, so he's old, and you go to find him, and so it's catch up with him. Yellen, please, Counselor Gemsmith, may I speak with you? And we'll slow down and turn to see you, and he'll actually, as he sees the three of you approaching, he'll smile, and he'll say, "Mikhail, oh, good, it's good to see you. Well, the good news is that sordid business is behind us. It seems as though that's the accusations made by," and he gestures to Aldo, by your new associate here were accurate. And the concerns you had coming from the south, well, you can see like for a beat, he's like upset because, clearly the implications of it, but he gathers himself and says, they were accurate as well. And it's important that justice was served. This man will...
Oh, imagine that.
He looks to you and says, indeed, it doesn't always happen so smoothly, does it? But wrongs must be righted. And, kind of like looks reaffirming to himself and hopefully to you guys in saying that. And then looks to you and says, that does bring to other business. I know some time ago you've approached me and informed me of some unfortunate news which sparks this whole situation here, and you offered to go and search for my son. Is that something that you're still offering?
Yes, it's well within our intent. We've secured passage to Hot Gwen very quickly. Unfortunately, a bit too quickly to request council aid or recompense for doing so. Not to press you in your time of need, but this will be a pretty tough endeavor. We've only got so much funding so far.
You guys are like rich now. Only so much funding. Hide the money. So anyways, he says, we and us. This is music to my ears. So then your time spent with Aldo here, you agree that he's not incompetent. I mean, certainly he was good for his word.
I mean,
I'm right here. I don't know if your eyes can tell.
He looks to you
I
and
know
says,
you're getting on in
Aldo,
years.
where he's asking us to speak on your behalf, and I'm happy to do so. Well, Aldo here is it's kind of weird to speak about you while you're right here, actually.
he's a drunkard, he says, but capable. And he'll actually
yes,
look to
more
Aldo
than
and says
that.
Are we at his house?
No, you guys are walking over.
Damn.
Sorry. Go ahead,
Okay, that's
Keegan.
anything.
Says more than that. Yeah, he was invaluable in our last quest. Saved my life at least once. And that was just the time that I was able to see it.
Nods and then looks to you, Aldo, and he says, "Indeed, more than that." Aldo, I think an apology is due. If you're willing to hear it, I would appreciate that. And whether or not you're willing to accept it is your own decision. And he leaves it open as to whether or not you're willing to hear the apology.
I look at him expectantly.
He says, "When Mikhail here came up from the south and informed me of my son, he told me that he was willing to go investigating, and it seemed as though he was willing to put together a group of people that are capable of searching out those that would have captured him. And you seemed like someone who may be able to assist because of your own experience and what you had seen down at the docks. It's very fortunate that you would have happened to have seen these markings on these individuals. We are all being blessed by the martyr, her giving us mercy in the keenness of your eyes, so dark at night. Anyways, it was proposed that instead of you paying penitence for your crime in the normal manner, that you were sent along to join in the endeavor that Mikhail and Koa here were already going on, to see if you were a trustworthy and capable individual. I did put my thumb on the scale for that one, and this is where I owe you my apology. You should have been stuck to community service for a short period of time, but instead you were sent on a harrowing quest. I'm sorry for doing that to you, genuinely. I hope you understand, while it doesn't make up for it, the reasons why I made this decision. But that doesn't... I'm sorry for having done it. Thank you for routing out the crime that you have in my city, my town.
Well, I appreciate the. I truly appreciate it. You're the only one of the council, new and old, that has even acknowledged that. So that's off to you.
He nods and he says, "Thank you for hearing and accepting the apology." Okay. With that, the burden removed, he says, and he seems like genuinely like, I didn't know how I was going to approach this. He'll turn to Mikhail and he'll say, "Your request is a fine one, but I don't know how much I can provide aid. It's Allen's Day. Not very many businesses will be available to shop in today. What I can offer you is perhaps a bit of coin from my purse, or perhaps I can even convince one or two shops, whose keep I know well, to open for business so that you can appropriately supply yourself to go on this." Is that...
Are we leaving today or tomorrow? I thought
tomorrow early, like super early, like before
before
sunrise.
shops open.
Yeah.
So probably won't have shops, yeah. Because before sunrise.
And this isn't a matter of one or the other. To be clear, I'm not trying to dangle potential or of pay or opportunity. It could be both. It's just there's not a ton that can be done in such short notice.
That's reasonable. I think we all appreciate that. Coin, whether we spend it here or at our destination, is always helpful. But if we could have any of the shops open, I'm sure we can find some way to make use of it.
He thinks for a moment. I actually think I know something that might be beneficial for you. With all that has come out in this investigation and this trial that just took place, one of the things that stood out was the implications of how big this operation may be in Hod Gwen, and the suggestion that this may be even among those of he looks as though he's struggling for the right words here. Those that view themselves of higher birth. I don't think, he says, looking at all of you dressed like Dan. I don't think any of you have the appropriate attire for attending such things. Certainly, if this is what you find appropriate for official meetings, perhaps the first place we go is to a tailor. They won't have time to custom make you something, but if they have supplies on shelves, maybe they can fit them for you so you can fit in a bit better.
My clothes were taken as part of a prank of some kind.
As were mine.
Yeah, mine too.
Oh. He looks a tad confused and says, is there someone pranking? He says, like feeling out the word, around town that I need to be familiar with?
No, Councilman. Don't concern yourself. We'll have it taken care of shortly.
Okay. I do know that Archaeus is known for trickery. They are one to tease, either that or their followers are. Perhaps it's just children showing their faith.
Just introduces a bit of levity. The world can be a pretty dour place without some trickery.
Just glad it was my clothes and not my sword.
Yep.
Indeed. Your sword is already proven to be too invaluable to have removed from your side. I agree. I expect it's going to stay at your side as you head southward.
Oh, yes. And, well, may Snaga bless it if I need to use it again.
Indeed. Well, hopefully Snaga has already blessed it. Seems as though he has, with how true it seems to swing. Well, either way, we are wasting burning daylight, as they say. Let's find the tailor. I think getting appropriate attire so that you can attend these events is probably a good idea for you.
What is the proper attire for attacking a slave ring?
He shrugs, says, attacking? I imagine the best armor and arms that your coin can buy on short notice, but...
That sounds like a great tailor. Koa will say, like, start to turn.
But infiltrating, that's a different type of armor, I imagine. And this way, please, Koa, he says.
Ah, yes.
He says, certainly the hero of Leshev should probably know the town a bit better, shouldn't you?
I think I just got a bit excited there in the thought of, I don't know, better equipment. The mercenary's dream, yes.
Oh, indeed. That was the way to the armorer. And he continues to walk the opposite direction.
Hello, like, hold
Just
on for a
instinctively
moment. He looks to Mikhail and, like, Aldo, like, did he say armor?
Can we all look at Green's most recent message in chat, and can we all just kind of boo Green at once? It's like, boo.
Or?
Boo.
Correcting Snaga.
Boo.
Oh.
Yeah. Boo. All right. So, all right, cool. So he'll lead you to not the tailor's shop, but the tailor's home. And knock on the door and have a conversation with them, inform them, and And they'll look you guys over and say, well, good thing for you, large as they all are, well, large as, two of them are, they're of similar builds. Koa's like, hey. We'll lead you over to the shop to take measurements and whatnot. And unfortunately, it ends up being close to 2.5 hours that you. So first you spend time walking over there, and then close to 2.5 hours in the shop itself, as they're trying to select out amongst what they have readily available that isn't already tailored. Because it's not like you're walking into a men's warehouse. It's not like you're walking into a men's warehouse where the clothing is readily available for you in like huge supply on shelves. It's very limited supply, and so like I think I can make do with this. And all right, these colors can work well together. And what's in season? This is going to be a bit of last year's fashion, but this could work. But either way, they spend some time putting together outfits. In this endeavor, does Mikhail try to have any lean in, any say on the matter, or does Mikhail just sit back and trust the tailor?
If he could, gosh, I can't tell where the guy's from at all, can I?
I'm picturing the Mulan when they're measuring her for like her dress and stuff. I don't know why that's what I'm picturing, but like
seriously. So in the back of your head, you're hearing like God, how's that song go?
You'll bring honor to us all. Yeah,
that
song.
That's the one.
Honor to us all.
Yes, that is literally what I'm picturing right now.
Oh.
As Koa, Aldo, and Mikhail get their manicures and pedicures and measured for their dresses.
Koa has his face paint. He's his like placid white face paint and his bright red lips, long eyelashes with the.
I didn't tell you why
color.
it's where my brain went, but it's where it went.
Damn it! This is where it's like treadmill. We need the three of them as Mulan. Anyways, cool. As geisha dolls. So all right.
If only.
Mikhail, you were gonna say?
Can I tell where the tailor's from?
Oh, Kiken, I totally forgot to turn on my AI, and you should probably change your name. I'm sorry. Can you tell where the tailor's from? So to answer your question, not immediately. No, they're accidents to generic, like deer or surrounding.
Yeah. Okay. Then no, he'll just let them work.
Okay. And so they do their job again. He says, I'll try to have these ready for you in a few hours' time. It's a bit of work, he says. I'm certainly going to have to add a bit more in the hips, he says here, looking over at Aldo. And then says, we'll make do. We'll make do. Well, this is
thank you.
Enjoyable experience. He says, standing up and looking a bit tired himself, because he's not young. Says, I'm going to make my way over to my favorite dining place. But on the way there, one of my friends, he happens to be an herbalist who dabbles in as an apothecary. It is possible that he can have a few items at the ready for you that you can make use of. Is this of help?
Yes, we would very much enjoy that.
Absolutely.
Also, what happened to the adults and kids of this town? Everyone is old and dying. Did any of them have children? There are no normal-aged people except for, like, the constable.
The tailor wasn't old.
You just said he was old, didn't you?
No,
Am I crazy?
No, this guy getting up because he's old. Because he was sitting there for 2.5 hours with you.
I'm fucking dying of crazy pills. Go on.
All right, so anyways, you head over to speak to the apothecary, who's very old. No, so he speaks.
I did imagine the tailor is old. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if they said it or not.
The campaign takes place in a retirement community, and we're gonna find out that's the twist at the end.
Right.
Anyways, so you make your way over. Speaks to the apothecary. The apothecary, looks upset about it. Like what? It's Alan's day. I'm not supposed to be working today. It's for personal, and there's like a bit of a back and forth. And he's like, listen, I know that you owe me it's like one of those things you have to listen to hear it. I know you owe me a small balance remaining for the recent item that you have acquired. What do you say you open the shop for them? Just give them an hour of your time. And in exchange, we can settle that balance as the favor. And their eyes light up at that and say, "Well, Alan's Day indeed. I'm sure all the gods will be blessing us for the generosity that we're all willing to offer." And he looks over to the three of you. "Generosity indeed." Wink. You have the idea that the generosity he's referencing is not going to be favorable for you. Says, "We can make our way to the shop. I'll just need a couple of minutes' time. Gather my things." And goes to go back into his house to grab his stuff.
Of course.
That sounds like a Keith dealer.
What?
Herbs, man. It's herbs.
No. He's an upstanding citizen. I'm sure he doesn't have any illicit materials like that around.
Yeah, just like the item you acquired, and Aldo gives him like a big wink. So you're giving that wink.
No. It's
The city is overrun with Keith, that we know.
No. He's waving aside, and he seems to get frustrated with the third implication of it. He's like, no.
At him.
It's he's recently become betrothed, and he was looking for assistance in acquiring the correct way to profess his love, and I was able to provide him with the means. And it certainly wasn't Keef. It doesn't last long enough.
I keep my mouth
yes.
shut.
That's a very fair assessment.
And he says, "Like I said, I'll be making my way to go in and relax for the rest of the evening. But please, this situation is, well, obviously near and dear to me. If there's anything else that you need, don't be afraid to come and, pester me wherever I may be."
Armor, weapons, perhaps more horses. There's tons of things we could think of. Perhaps not yours, not the one to ask for those things.
He says, "Unfortunately, when it comes to armor and weapons, let's just say we're not going to bother her on Alan's Day. It would not be a wise choice. As for acquiring horses, that's a fine thing to request, but perhaps not a good idea to request prior to going on to a boat. Maybe purchasing them afterwards would be a better decision."
Well, training your own is honestly the best decision, but a bit time-consuming sometimes. And well, I don't think after watching Mikhail here handle a donkey so poorly, he has it in him to train a horse.
I did nothing to that donkey. I don't like how that sounded.
You're the only one it bit. Twice.
Good evening, counselor. We can handle the.
"Oh, I think you dropped
Apothecary.
something," he says by Mikhail's feet, and he reaches down and hands him baby oil. "Huh, this yours?"
No. That is yours.
Anyway.
Get him.
Anyway.
Why are there 3 more bottles in these rooms?
No.
Well, we like to freak off on all day. That's why no one's at the shop, you see.
Oh God, it's so much worse imagining this town as nothing but like geriatric people.
No!
Why do you
Geriatric
think the
freak-offs.
tailor and the alchemist are the only 2 working today?
Oh man, the skin can't keep up with the hips.
Jesus.
A new wrinkle in Leshev.
Oh god, it's so gross.
Oh God, I think you named the episode and I don't like it.
Freak off in the shop.
Am I in? No, that's my skin fold.
All right, let's keep going. So, anyways, they'll eventually come out and walk head with you to the shop. You can make a small amount of small talk if you will. I don't know if you care to, or if you just want to jump to the shop.
If I did, it's gone. We can keep going.
You get to the shop. He's like, "All right, here we are," and opens up the door and walks in and says, because it's getting later in the day. It says, Not usually open this late. Have to give me a moment to light a few candles. And as he like walks away to go and light candles to like make sure the shop is properly lit up in different areas, he says, "If anything's missing when I go looking, I'll know whose hands were there." And continues to light up several more candles for like a minute or two. Right. Again, anything your characters care to say or do? Am I jumping to the next bit? Cool.
Yep.
So eventually he comes over and he goes, "All right. I'm happy to help you. What is it you gentlemen are looking to do? Where are you going?"
Fight off slavers and free a bunch of people, including the councilman's son, who have been imprisoned against their will and about to be sold off.
Oh, this one's got an imagination. I like that. All right, gentlemen.
That's
let's
the
see,
hero of Leshev.
A hero of Leshev?
Yeah.
Have you been living
He has
under
a
a
big
rock?
sword?
Yes, the bandit ring, the godman Dan being imprisoned.
Gentlemen, I need to know if you're here for performance enhancers, inhibitors of sorts, or if you are. I'm not here for jokes. Are you not?
Oh, it's no
joking?
joke. Do you have something that quickly closes wounds? Maybe prevents infections from wounds? We're worried about wounds, generally.
My sword may be partially chipped from hitting the spine and the sternum of a couple of men.
That too.
Oh, okay. You're not joking. Well, scratches his chin for a few moments and says, "Okay, this is not the yes, I can help you, but it'll take me a moment to either make sure that I have what we're looking for or to mix it up pretty quickly for you. Well, I suppose fill me in on the details while I start rummaging about to see what I have. You guys don't have to role play through this. Just kind of like a high overture. Is there anything that you do not want to tell him versus, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?"
Koa would not mention wearing Dan's clothes.
Thank you. That was an important detail. I appreciate that.
At some point, when the guy's like doing something, Aldo walks over and he does say, "I'm actually here for the performance enhancers."
Koa will not mention slamming the old man into the wall.
Yeah, it's probably good. Are his forearms visible?
He occasionally rolls them up while doing work. So not normally,
Okay, so then,
but later on, like rolls them up so you can see that there's like some sort of doing whatever work it is, and you can make a perception check to see if you feel confident in what it is that you're doing.
okay.
Unless you tell us that's what you're looking
we
for, I
rolled
don't
dice
think
in this
Koa
game.
would think to look at this guy's arms.
You forgot that you rolled dice in this game. Oh, what's that, Wade?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I said unless Mikhail tells Koa he's looking, I don't think Koa will think to look on his own at this. So I won't roll unless Mikhail has said something.
Okay, that's fair.
Nice. I mean, yeah, regardless of what well, there it is. He would probably say quietly, just, "I don't see any tattoo. Do you?"
Koa does
Please,
not
Dorothy.
see any tattoo either, to be clear.
Nope, nothing.
Okay. As for you, Jake, he looks at you and he says, "Oh, there's usually two ways that we go about doing this. One of them is about, making sure that you are able to deliver a fine performance. I understand that. And the other is to make sure that there's no lasting victory, if you know what I'm saying. Which did you care to caution for?"
Both.
Nods and
He
says,
wants a grand finale, if you know what he means.
he nods and says, I know what you're saying there, friend. And he will, slyly hand over to you two little pouches with, some herbs and whatnot inside. And that will cost you, Jake, a whole silver, which is a fine price. And
Yep. You're gonna be fighting slavers with a boner. Unsheathe your
Bonus twos
dual weapon
intimidate.
fighting.
just say fucking dual weapon fighting.
I did. I
Okay.
stabbed you, but your weapon's still in your.
Right, have paid.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And so you can go ahead and just say you have, let's just say 3 doses of each of those if you care to. If you care to track that sort of
don't.
detail. It's up to you, sir.
Body baby oil while we're on this track.
Anyways,
This is where we get a peek into the other room and we realize that he has a massage table in the other room.
God, are we going to Deshaun Watson now? Where are we going?
I don't know where this campaign is
Is the
going.
table clean? Can I get an eye removed while we're here?
Give me 1 second. I'm almost done looking up some details for you guys for what it is that you're asking for.
Okay.
Feel free to fill the gap.
No.
Okay, I'll just stay here quietly.
Aldo, where the fuck are my clothes?
I did not take your clothes.
Aldo, cut the shit. Where are my clothes?
I feel like if you go for dinner tonight, they might just turn up.
He like pauses. I want them before I go to dinner. Remember I told you I met a lady the other night? I was going to try to talk to her. I don't want to
Oh,
be
hang
in
on a second. He
Dan's.
gets out one of the performance enhancers and he gives it to you, and he's like, I gotcha.
I'm not going to get that far from wearing Dan's crap. And
All right,
also,
all right,
ew.
all right, I getcha.
Like, hands you it back.
All right. And when we get back.
Okay.
Okay. So he has a couple of details here that he can offer for you. He says, okay, listen, I'm willing to make sure that you get a fine deal here. I'm willing to make sure that a friend of a friend is taken care of. But these are expensive things that to come about the ingredients, and they each take a considerable amount of time to craft. So we can all understand that. I have here for you a list of 4, 6, 8, about a dozen different items. And you express interest, and then we'll see whether or not you want to go with them. So first and foremost, he says, looking to Koa, he says, if you're actually going to be breaking a slave ring, if you ain't got a key, you're going to need to go ahead and break shackles. Maybe even cut down bars or whatever it is that you're doing. Crowbar could do the trick. Hammer or an axe might, but I don't see any of those on you. I do here have with me some Sunderblock. This is this lard. It hardens pretty well around your stuff. It if you use it onto your weapon prior to let's just say smashing things, it'll protect the integrity of your weapon so it doesn't get chipped up or shattered itself.
So breaking things like prison bars or shackles, the metal clanging together will keep my sword from having damage.
It won't make the breaking of the other thing any easier, but it'll protect your weapon. Yes.
That's halfway useful, then yes.
All right. I don't know exactly where you're going or how you're getting there, but
Hot Gwyn by boat.
I meant after you get to the town. But thanks.
Somewhere around Hot Gwyn.
I also have a scent cloak. The good news is it makes it so you can't be your scent won't be able to be traceable by any hounds or anything like that. The bad news
Aldo,
is
this one might be for you.
it is quite pungent. So it does make you more easily noticed if you're trying to skulk about. But at least if you've been noticed somewhere, it makes it so that you can't exactly be tracked. It's pungent.
Yeah, I'm going to pass on that one.
What's the other two?
Interesting. So
How
what
much is it?
Is it more like a sensory overload thing, or?
Yeah, exactly that. It makes it. It's just too much for them to pick up the nuance of you.
And the cost?
He says, let's see what everything comes to all together rather than individual, because by itself, it's a pretty pricey thing. But again, I'm here to help out a friend. Honestly, more often than not, it's wealthy individuals will, child of some nobling or some such will come in here and buy this sort of a thing to make sure that the hounds of some farmer's, daughter's father doesn't pick up their smell and go chasing them down and what have you. But there are other uses, and this is a more noble one, to say the least. Seems as though there's little interest, though.
There's a few farmers' daughters' fathers that I would like to head that for, too, in my time.
Huh.
All right, well, we'll leave it on the table.
How much does this cover? You're like asking how many people would this cover?
Oh, he nods. He says, "Oh, I'll make sure that I give enough to cover each of you."
Seems kind of like the thing you'd rather have and not need than the other way around. So let's add it for now.
All right. Beyond that, we do have. Are you familiar with smoke sticks? It's a. He holds one up. He's like, you light it. It burns very rapidly.
To sell smoke sticks.
You light it up. It burns very rapidly, and it fills an area with smoke pretty quickly. This one actually, it's similar idea. Is it disrupts the again same idea, sensory overload. Makes it, but it makes it so you can't smell through an area as opposed to pick up the nuanced scent of a person. If you're going with the other one, I don't suggest going with this. This is more limited in scope.
Yeah, he looks at the others.
I mean, perhaps keep them handy if we are a bit tighter with a coin purse than to buy everything else that we're looking at. But the other one's better, then obviously we'd want to lean that way.
The other one's individualized. This one's going to, say, clear out the smell in a room.
Yeah. Almost seems like we might swap to these instead.
What if we need to clear ourselves outside? Never mind.
He says, this is a nifty one right here. Old family recipe, he says. A hobgoblin gentleman. Old family recipe, he says. Take a whiff of this pungent one, he says. And he says the word pungent after he had already leaned it into to Koa and made sure give a little squeeze to the pouch that's in, so it poofed smell at him. So and it's it literally smells like really, really high proof raw alcohol mashed up with all sorts of nasty almost rotting vegetation, and has this strange, almost like a fungal smell to it. And so
it kind of smells like the house in Florida did whenever you took your shoes off.
My feet don't smell. Something I can pride myself on after 15 years in restaurants. My feet don't smell. All right, so
is that because they're so small?
So he says, so as you're hacking away at the scent of it because it's nasty, he chuckles and he says, this is good for, though, if you ever find yourself a little tuckered out, or maybe you're feeling a bit under the weather, a quick sip of this and you're ready to fight anyways.
I've been tired and under the weather and still fought pretty well.
But maybe you weren't fully up to your game. This will, doesn't matter how bad your stomach aches. Oh, you'll be able to move. And it doesn't matter how tired you are. You'll have your senses about you.
Are there any side effects?
He nods. He says, well, when it subsides, it'll leave you a bit of a bellyache, but better to be
side effects include vomiting, sneezing, coughing. Do not use if pregnant or going to become pregnant.
Leave you a bit of a bellyache afterwards, but better that than not having your faculties when you're in the fight.
Huh. I mean, it sounds interesting. Maybe you should just go through the items and we'll tell you what we want once we've seen them.
He nods. He goes, these ones are for you, big boy. He looks at Koa again. These drops right here, you don't want to know what they're made out of. Let's just say a couple drops of these in your eyes, and you're looking to fight.
Oh, I know what those.
It's piss, isn't it?
I was also thinking urine, yes.
He frowns and looks at both of you and says, "It is not from your from a bladder. It's from a different organ, gland, really."
And what exactly does ready to fight mean? I'm always ready for a fight.
He says, "Well, for someone who's weak of minds, they might fly into a bit of a fury. But if you know how to control yourself," and he gives you like a wry smile.
What if... This all seems very vague.
Yeah. He shrugs and says, "Let's just say some can't handle the medicine."
So it'll just start a fight? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, it'll give you gets your body pumping, your heart going, your heart's racing. You can definitely take a hit or two more than you usually would be able to, and let's just say your arm's going to pack an extra punch.
Oh. I mean, that does sound helpful in a fight.
Well, unless you're
What
looking for a fair fight, it's already so difficult for me to find a fair fight, being as, well, strong as I am.
I mean, I guess that's true. Still, I mean, that could be nice. What else you got?
Nods. He says, "This one is you guys don't need this one," and he goes to put it back.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, it's honestly, with the kind of work that you're doing, it's not something that really matters. It's he puts it down, he waves it away, he goes, "Move on to the next one." That's just for curing hangovers. It's not needed for something like the work that you're going to be doing. So let's move on to this one over here instead. And
I put my hand on that one.
Like I'm like looking at Aldo.
We all look at Aldo.
he's like, "Oh no, this is the hangover one."
We continue to
He
look
looks
at
at it.
Aldo.
He looks at him and he just gives him a wink.
Oh, I'll see how much I have in stock.
Aldo, between the performance
I'll take it
enhancers
all.
and this, I'm a bit confused as to what you think the job we're doing is.
Well, you can stay confused.
He looks to Mikhail.
Maybe we're doing two different jobs in the same place.
That seems irresponsible and confusing, but I mean, perhaps after the job is done, the celebration would be in
I
order.
feel like this is how we felt before the first job too. He just didn't have any money.
Right. Well, that one went well.
Oh, let's move on to the other ones.
Imagining all the dead bodies. Yeah, that went well.
So this one right here, he holds up like a powdery, like a sifting, like a fine powder instead of a packet. It's almost like if you were to grind up like chalk, like from being like in a stick form into just being like a powder. He says, this one right here, it's pretty nasty. You can either take it straight and more or less chew on this nasty thing, or put a small amount of water into it, make it pasty, and almost eat it like a taffy. It's pretty nasty, but it'll keep you alert for an extra, half a day or something like that, and it'll keep you up. When it runs out, you're going to be pretty tired afterwards, but might be a bit jittery, but you'll be able to do what you need to get done. You won't get too tired. It's important if you're going to be doing long nights watch, which happens sometimes when you're out on the road.
Oh, yeah, it could. That also sounds addictive.
No. At least not that I've known of. Well, he says, thinking for a moment, there are a handful of adventurers that come back and buy it fairly frequently, but I think that's because of its effectiveness. It's not like I have a frequent return rate from most of my clients, just, the ones that are known to actually be on the road. Plains cats can be frightening and all.
Yeah, true. Okay.
You do not want to mess around with the plains cats. This is true. Tear you to shreds. Very quickly. Leave a mess behind. If they leave anything at all. Anyway,
Yeah. That is that all of it, or
Nope. I've got this one here. It's one of the most expensive ones, but I think it's what you were hoping for. This he holds up a small vial of this like almost like pinkish gooey substance and says, this is some blood block. This is good stuff right here. If someone's all, been injured, use this. It helps to seal up their wounds pretty good.
yeah? How much do you have?
Blood block? Oh man, this stuff's hard to make. I can I can part with 3 of them. I remember, again, it comes up to a tally, but I can part with up to 3 of them for you.
Yeah, he'll look over at the other two. She'll be like, probably need all 3.
assuming we can afford it,
That's my
yeah.
thought. Yeah.
It seems like we're buying this man's entire store, Mikhail. You're interested in every product he's offered, I think.
No, I just wanted to at least see all of them. Though I am interested in quite a few of them.
Well, I only got 2 more
How
left.
does the blood block interact with the performance enhancers?
He actually thinks for a second. He says, "That's a really good point. Hold on. Oh no, I sold both of those to somebody recently. I've never even thought of that before. Yeah, they don't mix well. Like it'd be fine if you're taking them, half day, hopefully more apart from one another. But if they are taken in close accession to one another, that's not a good idea."
That's why we have labels on the bottle.
You can see he actually looks a little concerned. He's like, "Oh no, they definitely left town already.
Hmm.
Oh man.
What is it you fear would happen to them?
Yeah.
Biggest concern? Blood block helps to congeal, to close up a wound. I'm concerned that there would almost be like a clot. Except, in the wrong place. At the wrong time.
Oh. I'm
Isn't
sure
that
all 3
really
of them
bad?
shift their legs uncomfortably.
Ooh, well, you should probably pray for whoever that is. So we're not going to mix those. We're going to take these 3 and I guess all the hangover cure.
Oh.
That's what he said. I mean, we're not paying equally.
All right. This one I can't make myself. I honestly don't know the trick to it. I picked up a couple of them, so I can't offer too much of a discount because I have to recoup costs on it. But holds up these beads, almost about the size of an acorn. So it's not tiny. So again, think about. No, I said an acorn. Sorry, almost the size of like a walnut. They're a little squishy. And says, smoke pellets. Smash them on the grounds, and they fill an entire area with smoke, make it so you can't really see what's going on. Apparently, they're a bit popular out east of here. But yeah, it makes it so you can obscure. So if you don't want people to see you, get a good sight on you if you're trying to get away. Something like this can be helpful. They tend to be used for theatrical purposes, but so because of that, they got jumbled up in the mix and the delivery over. So I did buy several different colors. I don't know which pellet is for which color because they were all packaged the same, but then the jumbled up in the delivery. So
Will the color affect the quality of... Oof.
no. They should function equal to one another. Just it might be a poof of a black or like a deep gray or maybe a deep blue or so on.
I think I've seen them used in performances before. Never been in a cloud of this stuff. Is it an
Non-toxic,
irritant?
but don't breathe it.
Does it? Okay. Does it like sting the eyes? Just irritate the throat? Anything like that?
Might make you cough.
Still might be good to flush people out of a spot. Okay.
You
What's
say
the last
that,
thing?
and he's like, "Huh, I could charge more for these."
After today, of course, right?
Of course.
Yes, Dave.
Um,
Break apostrophe S.
Bye, Steve.
Or Steve. And then finally says, and then there's this here. I've never had to use one of these myself, but they're made genuinely out of the Rio Vitale. So I have a couple of healing potions, as they're generally called. Again, didn't make them myself. They come from out west, but made from the water of the Rio Vitale. So these should do the trick nice and well for you. I only have a half dozen on me, but these do not go cheap.
Of course. Just so we have an idea, what's the normal going price for one?
Oh, for the healing potions, 4 gold each.
Yeah.
I mean, the only way you're going to find
Boy.
any cheaper than that is by finding a shop on the river itself. But we're a little east of that, aren't we? So 4 gold each is the general price for that, and I can't exactly reduce that. But I'm willing to make a deal with the things that I do craft.
I'm sure the blood block's quite a bit cheaper. So those for sure. We probably want at least one of the potions, right?
Yes, I imagine so. I will buy a health potion.
Just thinking.
All right, let's start tallying this up. We have here 3 blood blocks, 1 healing potion. I know that you were interested in at least grabbing one of your hands on those sunder blocks, so we can go ahead and throw that on there. 3 scent cloaks. You wanted a dozen of the alchemical kindness. That's a good one. I'm telling you, this is going to be very beneficial for you. He says, tossing a wink over to what's his name, to Aldo, because that's what gets rid of like the hangovers or whatever it is. And let's see. From there, we want to. Did you want any of the All Night? The All Nights keep you up all night long if you need to.
1.
Okay, throw one of those on there. How about the Fury drops? He says, looking at Koa.
Is that what they're called?
Oh yeah.
Wade would like to know what they do.
Give you a version of rage. It does stack with rage.
How much for that one?
Let's tally at the end for everything. Okay.
Perhaps then.
He says, let's see. And it looks as though we're not going to go with the scent breaker incense, because you're going to go with the scent blocker.
Correct.
Cool.
Yeah.
And it looks like you don't want to have any of my old family's recipe, since you're going to go with the Owl Knight anyways. Unless he looks at Koa. Unless you want some of that stuff. Pungent, but helpful.
What does that one do?
That's the one that will get rid of fatigue or shaking conditions. Oh, I said sicken. Fuck. I meant fear. It's gets rid of the fatigue and shaking conditions for a period of time, but it will hurt your tummy afterwards.
Shouldn't be necessary, no.
Shrugs and says, "Yeah, I know. Humans are always afraid." Let's see. Get that there. Blood block there. And let's see. This, we don't want any of those. Perfect. And then finally, we don't want any of the smoke pellets, no?
Those
it
ones
was a
that were the
discount.
multi colors.
Yeah, a couple of those actually.
Okay. And then finally, there's one more thing I forgot to say. And he walks away for like 45 seconds. He comes back and he slaps almost like a bag of flour on the table. Like a small bag of like you know, you go to the grocery store, there's like 3 different bag sizes, like the smallest one. Slaps like a small bag of flour on the table, a little bit of powder comes up and he goes, this is what we call cement. This is interesting stuff. You just mix in a little bit of water with this and whoo-wee. Very shortly thereafter, a few hours later, it becomes a legitimate stone.
Huh.
I'm not lugging that bag around.
It only weighs a couple pounds.
How much stone does that make?
Looks down at it and thinks for a moment and says, about a foot. I think it makes a cubic foot, right? I think it's a cubic foot.
Huh. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure we could figure out something to make somebody stand in it and
Make them go swimming with the fishes? I swear I heard that somewhere.
we are talking about slavers.
We could just cut off their legs and throw them in the water if you're trying to.
Looks at you.
Yeah,
and
it's
gasps.
so messy.
That's gruesome.
That would be so messy.
I mean, drowning them is pretty terrible too, if you think about it.
Yeah, but there's no mess. I think we can pass on it.
All right. So let's tally all this up. Here, this here.
All
grab
right,
that over
40
there.
gold.
All right. And you said you were grabbing one of those healing potions, yeah?
I'm grabbing one. I don't know if the other two are going to grab one or not.
All right. All in all, wow. Whew, you guys are looking for quite a bit here. All right, let me apply this discount right here for you. And that will be 16 gold. Rounding
Aldo
down, of
clutches
course.
his heart and starts stumbling. He's grabbing Mikhail for support, but he's falling to the ground.
I'll also say, yeah, we can take some things off. Figured that's where we'd end up.
I can cover
Okay.
my portion. Are you two not able?
Koa, I think you have a pretty good idea of how much money we have.
Wait, that's all? Right. Yes, because yes, the thing. Yes. We may need to remove a few things after everything that
Oh,
Yeah, we may.
oh well.
Other
let's
than
see.
the potion, how much is... What's the most expensive in here?
Let's see. Blood block costs 2.5. Sorry, costs two gold each. So if you remove the blood block, that would just drop you down to 10 gold for everything, and that would be the potion and everything but the blood block. If you drop down to how much gold did you have to spend?
I feel like you're really avoiding telling us how much these things cost.
He says, well, if you want to know the truth, blood block actually costs 2 gold, 5 silver apiece, but I'm charging only 2 gold for it. It's a very hard thing to craft. It requires, you don't want to hear the spiel. Sunder block, that thing so you can smash open the chains, that itself is also 3.5 gold. 3 gold, 10 silver for you to buy that. It's an expensive thing, but I was only charging you 2.8 for that one there. You know,
perhaps
so
for that one we could just, I don't know, get a key.
shrugs, says, sure, let's remove the Sunder block then. That still drops you from 16 down to, like I said, that was 2.8. That brings you down to 13.2. And this is why I'm saying how much you got to spend so I can not work through this and whittle down. Let's save each other time. I mean, imagine if there were people watching us have this conversation. They would be bored. Fortunately, my shop is meant to be closed today, so we're not wasting anybody's time.
I have 3.
Oh boy. Looks the Koa.
Various other coins, but if we're talking gold, I have 3.
I could put 5 down.
All right, we're getting
So the
somewhere.
hangover cures?
Hmm?
The hangover cures?
Oh, those are actually pretty inexpensive. Yeah, I think
That's all for me.
He says a silver would cover the dozen for you with the discount.
Oh, there you go. He flicks him a silver, takes up his things, and he's like, well,
You
I'm
do know
done.
that the blood block or the healing potion could be necessary for you as well.
I don't have enough for a healing potion.
Not
Neither do
necessarily
I.
need
Not
enough
by
for a healing
myself.
potion, just a bit of a contribution.
Gentlemen, please. I prefer to work in coin, but I know where I live. If you've got things to barter with, I'm open for barter. Let's just make it hasty.
You reckon we can get that golden keef back off the
Oh my god.
constable?
I don't think this guy's going to stay open while we run an errand.
He sniffs it and he's like, ah.
Well,
I don't really have anything other than the money.
I do have a
Not that I'm
couple of
willing to part
items
with.
that are. He'll like kind of pull Mikhail and Aldo to the side a little bit and like produce the gems.
Oh, I forgot about those.
Yes, no idea what they're worth, though, do you?
Right, no. We didn't get a chance to get those appraised.
Listen, I appreciate the need for all these things that are going to help us, but once again, it's we're almost paying to do this job, like I said before. You understand? Like this discount or whatever, it is great, right? But we are paying to put our lives on the line and risk at this point.
First time in a Daelric
I want you
campaign?
to be aware of that.
I mean, I don't disagree, but fighting for coin won't really do us much good if we're dead. So at least one of the blood blocks and the healing potion will probably be necessary, but even that alone is 6 gold. And we tack on any of the other things, and it adds up.
True.
And I don't want to die. So
Look,
a healing potion and the blood block, at the end of the day, it's fine. I can put in 2. The third.
I can put in my 3. That's almost a healing potion and a blood block.
All right, so 3 and 2, that's 5, and I can put in 5. That gets us to 10. We can get 10 gold worth of items.
Sounds about right. Okay, we got 10 to spend.
10 gold. And what was the things that you had of value that you were talking about before, Koa? Sorry,
Well,
Hero of Leshev.
To be honest, we haven't had much of a chance to have them properly appraised, and while I am sure that
Aldo shakes his head as you're speaking.
He's like, Mikhail's mouth just goes thin. It's like, I should have said something.
well, I'm sure you would be willing to give us a fair price for them. It would be nice to have proper eyes on it to tell us its value first, but they'll produce the 2 gems because no one has said anything anyway.
When you produce them, Mikhail says, "Look, I'm sure you've got a good eye for these things. You know, these are valuable. We were hoping to save them for bartering later, but that seems like a good opportunity."
I'll make a deal with you. The smaller one there. I'll take that. I'll take 6 of the gold that you were offering. And you can have the whole bit we were talking about beforehand.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I would also roll this because we have no idea what it's worth. So
Go ahead.
The best
hope that
idea
all-
we're going to get is off reading his face.
I love how Koa can't read a 10. He seems like he's being, I mean, a businessman, obviously, but he seems like he's giving a fair go of it and being a fair deal. And Jake's
Is that what I
I
think
just
of
think
my
that
have luck
because Aldo
dice
at least
yet."
got a 16.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, regardless, Mikhail's going to say, we could probably throw a few things in, but you know what? You're being generous, so appreciate it.
All right, 6 gold. I'll take the smaller of the 2 gems there. And You know what? Because I'm feeling generous, and let's be honest, it's a bit of a good deal for everybody here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to sell these smoke pellets as much as I want to if I don't know their colors. I'll give you 3 of those for free.
You mind just throwing 1 extra in so we've got a backup? 3 of us, then 1 extra.
An extra smoke pellet?
Yeah, so 4 instead of 3.
He scratches his chin for a second, looks at the gem that I imagine you would have put on the counter or whatever, right? Thinks, and he says, "Oh, drive a hard bargain, friend. Get a roll diplomacy check."
Okay. Let's see.
We're getting rid of like a 30 gold gem.
He says, all right, fine. Yeah, I can do that. So let's go down the list here. And he pushes it forward. Well, you already got the dozen, cures and your other stuff. He says, winking at Aldo. You have here these 4 pellets. Good luck with the color. And let's see, this one here, you have your 3 blood block here for you. Go ahead and write these down, yes.
We're getting 3 blood block, 1 healing potion, 4 smoke pellets. That's what I have so far.
Yep. 1 all night.
Got that.
You already had the dozen alchemy of kindness. There was no fury drops, right? And none of the hobgoblin stuff. 3 cent cloak. And I believe that's everything.
And Aldo.
Did you say no to the Fury drops?
I think you said no to the fury drops, yeah.
No, I said no to the fatigue ones. I thought I said yes to the fury ones.
Yeah, I thought he said yes to the Fury drops.
Those are really expensive. I'll let you get away with it, though.
Yeah, I know he said no to the fatigue ones, but
Yeah, I said no to the fatigue ones, but the fury ones, I was like,
Those are actually very expensive. Those are 5 gold each.
Jesus.
you're already fleecing us. It just
What? Me? No, I would never. Your mom.
How many of those we getting? 6? 6 fury drops?
1 fury drop.
1, but he has 2 eyes.
Yeah, that's nice. Share them. I've got
It's
2
fine.
eyes.
Fucking
So
doesn't pay
I
us for our
can
jobs,
see.
then charges and is like, what are you, broke?
All right, cool. That's all of your
You
supplies.
guys are rich. You're so rich. Leaves on her campaign with no money.
All right, cool. And he says, all right. Deals have been made. My shop's been open for entirely. But this took over an hour. And he shakes his head and says, I still have to go and finish my day's prayers. So I should probably get to that then, huh?
Yeah, of course, we want to distract from that. We appreciate your business. It goes towards a good cause.
Of course, absolutely. I'm honestly curious to hear around town about everything else you guys told me earlier. He says, like, kind of like walking out with you so we can lock up the door.
Yeah, you probably will, but we'll be gone in the morning, so hopefully it's all good news.
Oh, damn it. I forgot this candle. Hold on. Goes in. Comes out. Locks the door behind him. All right. Gentlemen, it was a pleasure doing business. If all of you are still alive, I'll be happy to see you again next time you come around town.
Yep, I'll
Indeed.
shake his hand if he's good with it.
Yeah. By the way, I never introduced myself. My name is... Look to see if somebody does the redeem in chat. What? My name is... Still looking to see if somebody does the redeem in chat. Chicka. And waiting to see if somebody does the redeem in chat.
It's like a 20-second delay.
Yeah, no, it's good. But Kylar. There you go. My name's Kylar. And, says, you can apply me to your notes, and I'll likely be on World Anvil later. Bye, gentlemen. And he'll go to walk off. He does slow down and look back and says, and, in case you heroes and all, thought maybe the shop being empty meant that it was still open for business. And we'll warn you that might not play out well. Yeah.
Weird thing for you to say, but
He shrugs and says, well, have a great one. And turns and
I
walks
think
off.
if we were gonna rob it, we probably wouldn't have tipped you off first.
Does anyone else feel like they've been taken advantage of? I just got this
Yes.
sixth sense, you know?
We're pretty much on the daily anymore.
What do you call it when you think of stuff that's not a good idea, but you really want to do it, but you don't because it'd be crazy?
Steve.
I kind of want to break in now, but I'm not going to because that'd be insane.
Yes. Especially considering we're the only likely suspects at the moment who would need some of this stuff.
Yeah, of course. It's just now that he said that, I'm really curious about like what sort of system he's got set up, or if it's a bluff. I'm not trying to
used a
convince you.
key and he lit a candle. So,
You think he
perhaps
was
it's a-
arming something?
the lock of the door, yes.
No. When he went back to blow out the candle, like that was a. Either way, I'm overthinking this.
Like a tripwire where we're gonna walk in and be shot with a crossbow or something.
Could be.
Right in the nose.
I'm definitely overthinking it.
I feel like this guy did the Home Alone thing, but he just put like a candle underneath the doorknob. He's just got a bunch of candles under there, so when someone reaches for it, they burn. It's not going to work out well for you guys.
Just burn the shit out of your hand. He'd
Cash
be right.
registers
Like, that'd
covered
be
in
horrible.
broken ornament glass. I'm calling the cops. You better come get me. We'll get you, you little alchemist shit.
our fucking hit point totals would just be dead on the floor. Like half the trap's not even tripped. It's just
Hey, Kyler's close to Kevin.
laid out. It's close to Kyle,
That's also true.
but it is also close to Kevin. All right. Well, now that we're,
Broke?
less rich.
It was 6 gold. I took off 3, so I don't know if you guys want to take off 3 between the two of you.
Yeah, I'm just out of gold.
Do you want to just split it in thirds, 2 each?
We can. I just figured
Oh,
Aldo
yeah,
was
that
a
works.
bit more of a penny pincher.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I already gave the 2 gold, so I can't really go back on it. You know what I mean?
I won't fight.
Yeah, it means I
I'm not
get to
going
keep a
to.
whole gold.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
All right. So, do we have to go back to the tailor, or is that just like I
that's
didn't
in the
even know
morning.
what happened with that.
The tailor will deliver the stuff to you.
Okay, sweet. So we're done for the day now.
Yep, you'll be done for the day. So unless there's anything else your characters want to roleplay, anything you want to do, anybody you want to interact with, we can more or less jump cut to the next morning. It's up to you guys.
I think I'm
Oh,
ready for
yeah.
next morning.
Mikhail needs to get his clothes, and he was going to try to talk to Trinity again.
Okay.
Who?
Trinity.
It's Neo's wife.
When was that?
Yeah, Neil's wife. The guard lady that arrested him.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the fox lady. I was like, good luck.
So when you go try to find Trinity,
Right.
how do you go to find her? Do you go meandering about? Do you swing by the guard station to ask for her, or what?
His initial idea is the whatever that bar was she took him to.
Mm-hmm.
But if the guard station's on the way there, he would stop by there first.
Sure. So you stop by the guard station on the way there, and you walk in. You see
Isn't she always on duty at night?
She's
Wasn't that
usually
the
on
thing?
duty in the evening. Yep. So you swing by the guard station, and you'd ask the person up front, like, "Oh, is kind of like Trinity around, or whatever?" And they look and say, "Oh, yes, she is." 1 second, and then you can see them walk off to go, and you hear like in the back room, "Trinity, someone's here calling for you." And there's a couple moments later, comes out and says, "Oh, hey," and
Hello.
walks over.
Goes back. He's like, "Hey, yeah, sorry, I had to run the other night because of business and whatnot. So
Oh,
I don't know what I was going to say other than I kind of wanted to come talk to you again."
She fights down a big smile and says, "Well, I'm more or less starting my shift. Would you mind walking?"
Wouldn't mind at all.
and we'll go to walk out and more or less walk with you. Are these two fucks coming along with you, or are they doing their own thing?
Oh no, we're
No.
there. We're wearing
That's right.
dance clothes.
If they followed, that's a totally
God!
different interaction.
Please tell me you guys changed out of Dan's clothes.
Yeah, that's why the first thing I said was get my clothes back
Okay.
and then go talk to Trinity.
I'm just riding on Nightstorm behind, you know.
I'm just thinking of all three of you guys walking around in like like Celtics jerseys, like all three. You know what I mean?
They're like kind of, they're not like filthy, but they're like kind of dirty.
Yeah,
a little bit
they're all
wrinkled.
former players. None of them are actively on the team.
Like clearly hand me down.
Yeah, it's like Larry Bird, but very worn. You know, like
They're like, oh, was that like your older brothers? My dad's. Oh, that's cool. Wow.
cool. So I assume these two fucks went their own way. Does that sound
Yeah.
appropriate? Jake is going to make an excuse to try his first alchemist kindness.
Yeah.
First,
Still got
Performance
dance
enhancer.
stash, so you know.
And wait, do you actually
Not
go
paying
to
for
try?
drinks.
Oops, sorry.
Oh no, keep going.
And wait, do you actually go to try to find the armorer, even though you were told that it's closed and it's getting later in the day, anyways?
No.
Okay.
No, I think Koa just goes, has a drink. Probably like deep in thought about the trip and everything they've been going through. This is probably like a reflective day, 'cause it's like there's been a lot of shit in Leshev that like just has changed things very quickly. There's probably just kind of taking a reflective night and getting some early sleep because he's an early riser.
Yeah, I think that's actually the same problem Aldo has. But anyway, so you are able to go for the walk with her, and she'll walk with you and say, wow, after how everything played out, I mean, the constable gave all the details, everything that's there. Obviously, you didn't even tell me everything. Things were even more extreme than were suggested. And then, Cleven being gone and, tied up in this whole thing. And apparently this whole thing was kickstarted. The whole conversation, the whole understanding of any of this literally started from you.
yep.
I mean, I know they're calling, your friend there the hero of Leshev, but maybe they spoke too soon.
Oh, no.
Took her arm,
He
dude.
actually he like blushes. He's like, no, Koa did a lot. This is a self-report, but I feel like I was almost getting in the way in that whole thing. Other than getting everything pushed along, everything I thought I was capable of, I just fell a little bit short. You ever feel like that?
Nods and says, well, you can't always be your best, right? What's important is that you have those around you that you can rely on, but most importantly, that the correct path is seen and you walk it. And it looks like you saw the path and your friends walked it with you. Well, not everybody by choice.
Yeah, he won't let me forget that, but I don't know Aldo's whole story, but he's definitely capable. We're, speaking of paths, we're leaving pretty early, headed to Hodgwen. Did any of the rest of that story get told to you?
Oh, everything from the trial is a buzz around town. You'd have to live under a rock to not know the story by now.
Including the parts about Hodgwen?
Oh, well, I suppose that's a little bit quieter. You wouldn't want everybody knowing
Good.
about that. Granted, from what I understand, you're going to be traveling pretty swiftly, so it's very unlikely any word would get down there quicker than you will.
That's the hope. Because this ring is so much bigger than it first seemed. I mean, obviously we want to help. We want to get Cleven back, but I can't imagine how many people are tied up in this. And even that warehouse back there, we missed being able to. I don't know. I don't even know how to put it. It's really frustrating, to figure out to find all this stuff out only to know that you were too late to help so many people?
She'll kind of like stop and look at you. She looks like a little upset. She's like, what you're saying is I would go out drinking with Dan. I would patrol the streets that this is happening on. It's likely people that I knew personally, or at least encountered, that I failed, that have been taken from these streets. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I do know.
Yeah. Sorry, didn't.
No, I'm not looking for
Didn't
sympathy.
consider that.
No. Ugh, gross. I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm saying I get it. I just wish there was something I could do. But, I mean, yeah, when you're asking whether or not, you try to be your best and you're not always it, then, let's that linger.
He just nods. Yeah. Guess that's just part of being, I shouldn't say human, mortal.
Shrugs and says, well, either way, if there is some way I can help, please let me know. Unfortunately, I don't have any contacts in Hodgwen. I have a couple of friends in Forvin, but I imagine you're not really going to be spending much time there or at all at this point, are you? So...
Yeah. Pretty unlikely. To be honest, I'm not even really trying to ask you to figure out a way to help or anything. Just, I guess I'm venting a little.
In that case, vent away.
No, I think I might be done. The rest of it's things to come.
Oh,
Like
you
Aldo.
said that you were a...
I think you broke him.
It came like such a whisper. Like a whisper in like the back of your head. You're like... Anyways. She says, how could you be out of things to say? Aren't you a composer? I'm sure you can fluff together some words.
I mean, I was out of things to vent, but speaking of which, I've been working on a tune, but I don't really want to showcase it too much because technically Aldo started it. I don't really want to
Is it
sneak
the
it from him.
Dan
I was going
song?
to talk to him about it. It's the Dan song. I was going to properly compose it.
I assumed it was
really
you
put
that wrote
together.
it. It's too good for it to have not been.
I mean, oh, hey Pat, hello.
Oh,
Use a
Pat!
dick at you emote.
Hi,
It's
Pat.
horrifying. God, that's horrifying.
Oh, that's awesome. I like it. It makes me happy. It makes me want to buy 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
Well, then it's a bad thing. It's a bad thing that makes people want to do bad things.
Anyways,
oh God, there's a Dan emote?
why is there a Dan emote?
Says Bread Hero.
Oh, it's Bread Hero Dan. Okay.
The fact that there's a Dan emote just makes it like, Dan, Dan. Dan, you thought you were the man, however it goes.
Okay.
So, anyways, it's so good. I figured you had to be the one to have written it.
No, Aldo just out on the fly, out of nowhere, just born out of pure spite and pettiness. I think that's what fuels him.
That's what he was born out of. His parents.
Your Bane voice. I was born it.
He was born of pettiness and spite, molded by. I didn't see peace and
really
happiness
adopted
till I
the
was already a
petty.
man. By then they were nothing to me but blinding.
Oh, that's funny. I could
The
just
rest of us
see
merely
Aldo
adopted
there,
the petty.
like leaning over a mostly empty bottle of whiskey or something. I was born. One of his personas. Anyways, back to she screws up her face and says, "Aldo, the alcoholic."
Yeah, I'm telling you. Look, he really hated Dan. So when he was captured, I think it was his muse.
Oh.
The creativity can come from anywhere.
Apparently.
And
Well-
you would be baffled at the number of composers who've made masterpieces that will survive generations who were absolute drunks.
Seems to be interested in the conversation. I imagine your character explains a little bit of whatever it is you need to play through it. But eventually,
He
comes
probably
around
goes
to-
kind of nerd mode on it, yeah.
yeah. Eventually, comes around to. So you were going to show me a song?
I'm pretty sure I was saying no. But okay, so here it is. And, like, he'd take out the lute and
Dude, you're fucking campfire guitar guy. God damn it. You're like, no, I couldn't possibly play you a song, but I did bring this just in case.
Literal
Everyone's
Tyler.
like happy having conversation.
have
You're
this.
like, I said maybe. God damn it, fucking campfire guitar guy.
Again, literal Tyler. How many streams were we on? For those of you that watched Regicide, how many streams were we on where Tyler would just randomly bust out his guitar and start playing and singing midstream? Like, we're playing Dungeons and Dragons right now, Tyler, and your character doesn't have a guitar.
Are you guys role playing a scene right now? Because I was just thinking to myself, like, maybe it's my turn.
All right, cool. Back to so your character. Are you trying to show composition? Are you trying to do you want to roll like a performance check? Are you trying to roll like a composition check? What are you trying to do here?
oh, he's gonna go for perform. Girls are watching.
Should have gotten a performance enhancer.
Are you a girl, sir?
I'm not asking.
You're getting drunk.
Okay.
I have an
So
ogre
perform
slaying
stream.
knife. It's +5 against ogres. No, it's a +10. +10 against ogres.
Ogre slaying knife's got a +9. I think it's +9. +9 against ogres.
If there's girls there, I wanna do them.
I have a Mountain Dew.
I know it says blue eyes, but I have gray eyes. Fly by nights the Mountain Dew.
Damn you.
So you play the song, and she says, "Oh, it's great. That's definitely an enhancement onto what Aldo is doing."
He looks like really frustrated. He goes, okay, I know you're being nice. He played my lute, and I forgot to retune, and the strings are slack over here.
It was the first time I've heard you play the lute, so I was a little concerned.
Yeah, it's not... I am normally much better than this.
She puts on her headphones and
Puts the
plays
lute away.
Aldo's version of the song in front of you.
She says, I'm sure that's true.
Did you pull the "this
you know
normally
the
doesn't
Drake?
happen" card?
I'm trying so hard not to have the character
Yeah.
say the alchemist as performance enhancement.
Yes, he did. Look, guys,
Sorry,
Mikhail
Kid, I
is-
know you really. I
Mikhail
mean, I
is
know
20.
Mikhail really needed this tonight.
Mikhail is 20, guys. Okay, he doesn't know these pitfalls.
I mean, he's older than Koa.
Koa doesn't believe in pitfalls. All right. So, anyways, she's like, "Well, maybe you can play after you return. It gives you some time to retune the loop."
Yeah, I guess it would.
Maybe a month from now, you'll know how to play.
I just have to survive, I suppose. Then I'll get another chance to
Oh my god, are you doing
not-
Last Night on Earth?
look like an idiot.
Man, you're playing all the cliches tonight. My last night in town. Got a big hero thing to do.
Again, me and the heroes are gonna leave town, and might be the last time, you know. Who's that? Stop, dude! I just fucked up the performance. Don't do that in front of me.
So want to fall asleep.
That's Aerosmith.
Oh,
Just
damn
some
it, it is
street
Aerosmith.
performer.
Steven
That is
Tyler.
Aerosmith, yeah.
All right. Anyways, So she'll walk with you and continue talking with you, whatever it is. But like, was there? So before I jump to the next bit here, was there any particular information your character was kind of trying to hope to glean from her, or beyond like the basic RP elements? Was there anything like overarching that you were trying to get out of the conversation?
No, not really. Nothing mission imperative. Yes, I'm covering up Wade. Nothing mission imperative.
So when you used to bust up the camera for me.
No, he is trying to be like flirty and charming and stuff like that. But now that he's fucked up his performance, it's probably a bit more awkward. Like how things started.
So what she'll end up doing, like recognizing the awkwardness and also herself needing to kind of like recollect herself because there was a bit of like your awkwardness has actually been good for her because there's like a sad moment that happened in there, so it allowed her to. So one of the things that she'll do is she'll say, "Hey, listen, I have to do another kind of like a big round here. If you want, there's a place where I always stop my shift. If you want, you can hang out at that bar and I'll meet you there afterwards, or you can keep, doing the rounds with me." And, it's really is just a lot of walking, and maybe you need to save your energy for tomorrow.
Sensing the out. So
No. It wasn't. It was. Yeah. She was actually just being nice.
Yeah, but like the out of like, okay, look, just you can go chill and we can still talk.
If you need to practice thrusting your rapier, I'm just saying.
I'll go. I mean, yeah, I should probably not bug you your whole trip. It's the same place we were last time?
Nods and says, I'll walk you there. Roll me an intelligence check.
Make a constitution saving
So I can
throw.
get completely lost. Oh.
I got nothing for you. She walks you there, where eventually she'll part ways with you. And you can go in. She says, tell the bartender I sent you, I told you to go in. I just don't want to be seen in there until after the shift's over.
Yeah.
We'll break off.
So he goes in.
Jump cut. You can go in and grab some drinks or whatever it is. It's the dive bar, which, funny enough, I don't know if Aldo would be at the dive bar because he's a cheap fuck, or because he actually has some coin in his pocket. He would go to one of the nicer places and spend some money. I'll let Jake answer that. But
where's his friend at? Tony. Tony at the dive bar?
Tony's working tonight, so no Tony tonight. Sorry, Jake. So back to you, Keegan. So you go in there, you tell the bartender. The bartender's actually gonna, end up giving you a couple of drinks without even charging you. Just kind of like one of those, like, hey, heard what you did around town. Thanks, man. And takes care of it. Be like, we need to get that scum out of here. This is some real hero shit. I really appreciate that.
Thanks.
Yeah. So like some kind words. And similarly, when Koa went to go have like a drink or two before he went and passed out, same idea. When he went to a bar, people recognized him. Hey, Hero Leshev. And he actually got, his 2 drinks and his meal that night for free, just out of like an appreciation for like the fact that you got Dan behind bars. They actually didn't seem to know at all anything about like the slave ring or any of that bullshit or drugs. They just knew you got Dan behind bars. And they were like, yeah, Hero Leshev. And so they're pretty happy with Koa and gave him free drinks.
He probably wouldn't give too like he shared details with the alchemist, but I think in that setting he probably wouldn't be like, oh yes, we're going to Hodgwin. He'd probably just be like, he'd give some vague details about trying to shut down the slavers and stuff.
And with Aldo, nobody recognized him at all. He's pretty nondescript. But once he starts, singing the Dan song and getting the place pumping wherever it is that he is, Aldo also is able to find some drinks and whatnot and has a good evening. She inevitably does come back round at the end of her shift to meet up with you and have a drink or so, and then realizes that you have to get up so early because her shift ends so late, so early the next day. She's like, hey, listen, more or less, my place is closer than where you'd be staying. Is it easier just to, it's close to the docks anyways, makes a shorter walk for you, and kind of goes that whole path with you.
Yeah, he'll go.
Yeah. And so the next morning when you guys meet up at the docks, you're literally there getting to your boat with your horse and whatnot. And you're going to notice a few different details. First and foremost, poor Koa is just tired because not only did he have to get up in the morning super early and get, with very little sleep, and get his he's tired, but not overly exhausted or anything. But he also had to go to the stables, get his horse, make sure the horse is okay, everything on it, so on and so forth. Get to the docks early to make sure the horse is properly taken care of. So clearly he's the one that's there first. You'll actually have the next one to show up, just because he's a responsible person, will be Mikhail. Mikhail, honestly, looks that when you're so exhausted, you become wide awake again. If Mikhail got any sleep, it's not that much, and so therefore he's in that level of so exhausted he's wide awake. You know what I mean?
Hickey?
You can.
Were you attacked in your sleep?
Are there vampires here?
He goes, not in my sleep, no, but I'll be fine. How'd you sleep?
A lot worse than you, it seems.
Maybe. Also, what? Oh, shit. Buttons his jacket.
Oh, you're wearing Dan's clothes again, where you're soiled.
No, I'm pretty sure I burned those. I'm guessing we're waiting on Aldo.
Surprise, surprise.
Yep.
Okay. And
Should we just go fetch him now, or should we wait till it's running late?
And as you ask that, Aldo comes walking in with a bit of a spring in his step. He's not hungover. He's feeling fucking fantastic.
I stand corrected.
Aldo,
Oh,
you're enjoying your morning
work.
drink, not hungover.
Yep. Definitely strutting around.
Guess that alchemist's kindness worked for you.
Yeah, you guys are late. I got here early, and thought I may as well go for a walk while I'm waiting.
well, I had to go to the stables to get Nightstorm and such. But good to see you
Just had
here.
to walk from the docks. Which
Oh,
isn't
nice
that far,
hickey,
I
Mikhail.
guess.
You had to
Wink
walk
at you.
from the docks to the docks.
All right, let's
Yeah.
go. Time for us to leave.
Shit.
All on. You three, come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yep. Stuff.
Yeah. One thing I want to be clear with is I wanted to make sure that we had the key from the constable
Yeah.
that we're taking with us, as well as copies of those letters.
No.
Yeah. That's
Actually,
the thing.
those letters. Let's actually jump back a step for the RP. You go to speak
Yeah.
to what's his name, right? Because you don't have copies of
I
letters.
thought
You have
he
the
was going.
originals.
I thought Mikhail
We
was
have-
going to. Yeah, was going
We
to.
were,
Copy
but we
them.
never actually turned them in.
So you have the originals. Would you have gone to turn those in, or would you have just kept them with you because things just move so rapidly, right? Because you went to the tailor for 2.5 hours, then you went to the alchemist, and then you bumped into the guard and so on. Like maybe Mikhail just forgot because he was so caught up in the movement of the day. He just has the originals on him. So Aldo's like, "Hey, Mikhail, you get those copies of the letters and whatnot," and you're like, "Oh shit, yeah."
A little better than the copies, actually.
Oh, good. Fuck that Fox guy.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck them. Who cares?
Yeah.
He's right behind you.
Hey guys,
Right
I thought
behind
I'd come
me,
for
isn't
that.
Oh, the twat!
Do we get something from the tailor as well?
Oh my god, you turn around and he's just like ring a ding 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 ding.
Jesus.
Uh,
That might,
God damn it.
Cotton Eye Joe dance.
that might have been the oldest thing. Like,
Yeah, why would he be doing the Cotton Eye Joe? There's literally a fox dance. What the fuck? What does the fox say? Cotton Eye Joe.
Anyways, yeah, the tailor had the nice clothes for you. Actually, it goes one step further than that. So the tailor had the nice clothes dropped off, but to whomever they were dropped off with, let's say it was Koa, specifically dropped because they couldn't find Mikhail, so they dropped it off to Koa. When they dropped them off to you, Koa, actually the tailor, the person that drops it off, the porter that drops it off, actually comes over and says, "You Koa,
Yes?
I was told I'd get a penny for delivering for you.
Great. Who's paying it?
You."
Oh. Sure. I'll hand him a penny.
Yeah, cool. Awesome. You give him a whole copper, and he drags in the rest of the way a trunk, like a nice looking, like a nice looking cedar trunk. You know, it has like a latch on it with a small lock on it and everything, and gives like a rap. I was told to give this to you, that a proper gentleman, gives you a look down and look up, a proper gentleman travels right.
Yes. Usually by horseback, but in this case, a boat.
Thanks, and like leaves. And you're literally giving a chest, like it weighs 30 pounds.
Is there a key for this?
Oh yeah. Turns, goes back, hands you the key. Actually, it's a ring that has 2 keys on it, and says, "That one. There you go. Toodles."
Right.
Didn't forget anything else, did you?
He didn't forget anything
Hey,
else.
what are you doing in my place?
God. Oh my God.
Aren't you getting laid right now?
It's
Yeah,
me,
he's got the
Dr.
coffee
Shadow.
mug. It's what the fuck's that movie? Office Space. You know, he's got the coffee mug in his hand like that sweaty dream. Are you forgetting something? Come in.
So got an invite for you. No.
You need to come in next Allen's Day.
Oh, freak out!
All right.
So that's my bad. I forgot.
Anyway, so Wade, yeah, he gives you like a proper 30 pounds chest. When you open it, it has in it for each of you 2 outfits of, I think they're called fine clothes in Pathfinder. Clothing.
I think there's fine clothes and then like noble's outfit.
Yeah, I'm trying to get outfits. There's scholar, squire, travelers, pig, peasant. Noble is too high.
Lord, king,
courtiers, I think. They'd probably be
god.
courtiers or dileants. Dileant. One of those 2 would
dilettante.
probably be it. Yeah. So. Yeah, so you would have the dilettante. Each of you would have a dilettante's outfit, and you would have the courtier's outfit. So one of them is like fancy, like super fancy, and one of them is just you know, nicer looking clothes. They're fresh clothes, so on and so forth. The important thing, Jake, when you're wearing the dilettante's outfit, is it gives you +2 circumstance bonus to sleight of hand checks made to conceal small objects on your body, which is super nice. But either way, both of them are just nice outfits. One of them just makes you look like a wealthy person that happens to travel, not a traveler's outfit. And the other one actually just makes you look like somebody that's meant to be at least on the skirts of higher society. You know what I mean? So make sure you guys write down those for each of your characters. As for how much those weigh, because they legitimately have weight to them, let's see. The courtier's one weighs 6 pounds, and the other one weighs 8 pounds. They are heavy because of like the cloak and the boots and everything else that are on there. You obviously wouldn't mix that with armor if you're wearing them. So when I say that you have a 30-pound chest, the chest itself weighs 30 pounds in the solid quality wood and whatnot that it's made out of. But then on top of that, you have, 18 and, did I say it was 8? So 18 and 24, so 42 pounds of stuff. So wait, a 72 pounds plus a 1 pound lock. A 73-pound chest is what you would be bringing, and one of the reasons why you had to get up extra early to go get your horse and then go get the chest and to bring it all down there. So you come back and snapping back to reality. Aldo says, "Did the tailor ever deliver the stuff?" And so at that point, Koa can kind of, kick or whatever the giant chest that's with him.
Yes, that's what this is. 2 sets of outfits apiece, and this chest with the it'll hold up like apparently a very small key ring with 2 keys on it.
Well, looks like we're all set to go then.
That's right, we are. All right, here we go. Tell the rowers to kick started. Walks over to you and gives you a slap on the shoulder, like a hard slap on your shoulder, one of the crew members that are on the boat, and says, "You're a big lad, aren't you? You interested in rowing?"
To me?
Nods. Earn yourself a couple of slivers.
I suppose I don't have much else to do. Why not?
Here we go. Good, because one of the other ones was, called in sick. He said, obviously not literally mean called in sick, just kind of chuckling, and heads downstairs with you.
Well,
Have
that's indeed.
Well,
Never a wrong
I
time
have the
to
perfect
train, right?
rowing song for you.
Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, merrily. No. Okay.
Dan's gone not to gloat, but he.
Anyways, cool. So your character would go down there, and Wade, I imagine as soon as Koa goes downstairs and looks at the rowing conditions, this isn't, to be clear, this isn't like slave labor or anything like that. But it's not exactly super nice because you're literally like locked up down below. The ceiling's low. You have a thing in your hands. You're stuck there like rowing for hours on end, so on and so forth. You look and you're like, there's an odor here that the body odor here was old a long time ago, and I don't know if Koa is actually interested, or if he goes downstairs and on second thought, or if he's like, fuck it, I'm gonna prove myself.
Well, it's training, and we got to get there, so we'll do it.
Cool.
What else is he gonna do?
Go ahead and roll me a Constitution check, and then we're gonna jump cut a day. So as you guys come rowing past Forvin, and you're familiar with the sites of Forvin, by the time you get down there, what's your face? Keegan. By the time Mikhail goes past Forvin, the sun has already come up. It's already risen in the sky, and it's already dipped below the horizon, and it's been night for a while. But you can see the lights of Forvin on the horizon. Eventually, Koa would make his way upstairs after quite a few hours, you know, a significant amount of time of rowing. And he comes up, and he's just fucking exhausted. The poor chap is just genuinely exhausted. And it's one of those things like, all right, everybody, we're going to be meeting up in just a couple hours' time. Make sure you're ready to move that horse of yours. One of the crew members says, and again gives you like a hard slap on the shoulder. Except this time you've been rowing for so many fucking hours, your arms hurt, and you know you're feeling fatigue or exhausted right now. And they'll, you know, so you're going past Forvin, you're seeing the lights, you're seeing all this, and they give you that bit of a heads up. The two of them, Aldo has been playing, you know, dice games with the crew that's there, working his way into a couple of drinks that he won through the dice games, either honestly or more than likely with sleight of hand. And Mikhail has been spending the most of his day tuning his lute, which had him opportunity to try a couple of local colloquial songs, and like I said, properly tune his lute after it was effectively destroyed by Aldo's clumsy fingers. So this kind of a whole bit passes. I imagine there's no real RP that needs to happen between your characters. So after you pass by Forvin, and it's like it's still within sight off of the boat in the night, eventually you can see that there is like a light, imagine a bullseye lantern that's, you know, occasionally swinging effectively like back and forth in your direction, and that, you know, somebody on your boat is doing the same thing back and forth to the other boat, so that the two of them can like line up with one another. So your rowboat, your keelboat that's meant for predominantly going down rivers, is going to make its way alongside this ship, this literal sailing ship that's over here. As you guys go approaching the sailing ship, they start getting out the planks and everything they need to do a transfer of whatever goods from this boat to that boat, so on and so forth, including your characters. Now, to get your characters across the plank is a very easy thing to do. All you have to do for your own characters is go ahead and pass me a DC 5 acrobatics check. Now, Mikhail, for you, your character should have absolutely no problem doing this. I imagine this is going to be super easy for you. For you, Aldo, I imagine your character is intoxicated. So why don't you go ahead and give me a minus 2 to that roll? And Koa, I imagine your character is, did we say exhausted from a whole day of rowing?
I'm adding it.
We didn't.
What about my horse?
Oh, we'll get to that in a second. We got to make sure you can get across first.
I think only you said it, Scott, so we did not say he was exhausted.
Yeah, we. The collective, the we. Okay, look at that. So all of you are able to cross there with relative ease. Now, as for getting your horse across there, this should not be too hard for you, Wade. It's just going to be a handle animal check, and it's just a DC 10. Because you have come, right? Or heal. Come or heal. Do you have one of those?
Oh.
I meant the commands for the horse.
I have what?
Okay. Okay.
We're so fucking immature.
I mean, of the three of us right now, the answer is yes. And you have two, Scott, walking around your house or crawling soon.
Anyways, so where were we? So yeah, you are able to get the horse across. Everything gets across. You're onto the sailing boat. Here, there's no expectation of work for anybody. It's one of those things where even as that you're walking into the boat, Mikhail, one of the people on the boat actually recognizes you. One of the crew kind of stares at you for a long while until eventually you're just kind of like, what? And they're like, I think I've seen you before. Were you you come out fishing with us before?
Oh, yeah. I was going up to the Chev. Or was headed that way, at least.
I remember you. Hey, this boy's damn fine on a lute. Everyone, you're going to hear this shit. It's the middle of the night. Come on, let's get it going.
Now nobody's going to complain about the noise?
He furrows his brow and says, it's a long night.
It's true.
Mikhail went down to Hogwen. He was looking for a slaver to stop. He was doing fine.
I won't lie. I listen to a lot of political shit all the time, and I listen to a lot of news. And somebody recently said, literally used the line, Trump went down to Georgia. And in my mind, it just kept going, the song. But obviously they were referencing I don't know, one of his cult meetings or whatever he does. But they're like, Trump went down to Georgia. And I'm like, holy shit.
Is he looking for a soul to steal?
The boy said, my name's Biden, and I might be old as shit. I'll tell you, Trump, you dirty old rump, I'm the best there's ever.
Anyways.
So yeah, he'll go to play, but he'll say, he'll be like, Aldo, you've been drinking, right?
Yeah, always.
All right, good. So you're ready to sing. Let's tell him about Dan. He's like, he starts getting started.
All right, Jake, if you could roll me oratory, Keegan, you roll me performance, and Wade, your character can go pass the fuck out unless you stay to watch the show.
Oh, I try to help out because I'm so tired. It's help me stay awake.
It's one of those things that they don't want your help. And oh, you mean the song?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. First of all, Mikhail is playing hot.
I make up for it.
He's doing a great job. Aldo's doing fantastic. He's doing a fantastic job.
I'm facing the wrong way and singing the wrong song.
The wrong song?
You're singing the Tony version?
There's Dan.
Offbeat too. It's like when you hear your friends singing the song along with the radio, but like you can actually hear that they're mumbling through the words, and they always get the beat wrong.
That's actually what I imagine. Is it's like when you hear someone try to especially if they're trying to go through a rap song and they definitely don't know the words, so there's just ad libs all where they don't belong.
Knees heavy, mom spaghetti already.
Exactly.
Awesome. Cool. Keep going. So you you guys and honestly, it's one of those things where if it was disruptive, it doesn't matter. It's such a fire performance that people that get up are happy. They're enjoying it. It actually brings life to the boat during the journey, allowing the next several hours of the journey until the sun comes up that people are having a great time. At this point,
I don't
what's his
stay
name?
up the whole time. I do one rendition and I'm gone.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say so about your character when they didn't want and they don't need and they don't want your assistance on the boat, and when they hear that the other one was trying to get you to help, they were pretty pissed
paid?
about it. Yeah, two slivers. When they hear that they had you assist on the other boat, they're like, "That's what the fuck is that?" You know what I mean? You literally had paid passage. That was inappropriate of them to even ask. Either way, so they travel with you for the next like better part of a day, not a whole day, but the better part of a day. So once again, by the time you get off the boat, the sun has already gone down. So it's nighttime when the boat goes pulling into a dock. right? So you guys go pulling into a dock, whatever it is. You see a couple of small lights coming from off the dock area because it's dark out, whatever. And as you go unloading yourselves off the boat, there's like a moment of like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Almost like deja vu. There's like a strange like deja vu for Mikhail. And then like, after like another couple of minutes, he realizes, oh shit, I know this town. Town is not the right word. I know this place. And so when you go walking around and you looking for, so like Aldo's like, there a place to drink around here? I mean, Mikhail, there is, but it's by invitation only. And you're invited, but they might not be. You also know there's no inns here.
Yeah.
So how does Mikhail approach the situation?
Is this which place? This is because we passed Forvin.
Yep. So you're on the other
So
side
we're
of the
at the
lake now.
place where
Yep.
we were at the place where I almost got like Frankenstein's monstered with the pitchforks. Okay, that's what I thought. It didn't really have a name, so yeah, he'll just
doesn't
say,
have a name, no. It's not Herod.
so-
Herod's more developed than this.
yeah, I passed through here. There's not really an inn or anything. Might find a barn to sleep in if people still remember me. I can maybe get us into the tavern, if you'd call it that.
Is this the next day? Did I get sleep?
Yes. You slept most of the day.
So am I still? What was my condition?
Oh, probably just down to fatigue weight.
Hell yeah.
Why would he be fatigued if he slept, Scott?
Because exhausted has to go to fatigue first.
Exhausted takes an hour.
Could I just accept that my character is forever one?
No,
I'm not even
you're-
gonna argue anymore.
You're fine. You're fine, Wade. You're back to normal.
Yeah, he's fucking with you. I
I
got
just
your back.
accept it. In fact, I can't even get rid of the fatigue condition. The character sheet is
It's
like,
stuck.
no, man, you're fucking tired. There it goes.
He just keeps turning it back on in your sheet.
I'm not using my hands to press the button. All right. So
But he does have. Never mind.
So, anyways, you So go ahead, Keegan. Because obviously, who you were thinking of, she was the butcher.
That's right. Okay. So yeah, I can talk to the butcher. That'll get us a place for the night, maybe, assuming that's still okay. But if we're looking for a drink, there's really only one spot.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Fair enough. So yeah, I'll head towards the
Speakeasy.
place. Yeah, the speakeasy. Yeah, that's
So
that's a good word.
So
for
when
it.
you go there, because remember the drinking place is literally like the blacksmiths, which was also like the butchery, is also the speakeasy. So you're going to that building to go in. Now, are you just like walking in with all three of you at once? Or are you kind of like gonna go ahead of them a bit? Like, what's your plan here?
Yeah, he'll go ahead a little. Just be like, wait here a second, and make sure everything's
Koa
fine.
dragging a heavy fucking trunk with a horse is like, yeah, I'll wait here.
Oh, Aldo has to help him carry it. Oh. So anyways,
Aldo's laying on the fucking thing. Who are you kidding?
sitting on it. Can you move a bit faster? So anyways, Mikhail goes in and says that moment where like the door is it's not locked or anything. So you go over and you open the door, and when you come walking in, everybody's attention goes your way, and you can see people's eyes narrow and they get a bit quiet as they see some stranger walking in. And then after a couple of seconds, if you're like looking around the room, noticing a huge tonal shift from when you walk in, one of them goes, "Hey, there he is, Sorcerer Supreme himself!" And then once they say that, and there's a couple of moments, it's like people like, "Hey!" And then it's Mikhail, come on in.
Mikhail.
And they bring you in, and somebody immediately goes, "Come on, get around for the guy!" And they start like literally pouring like drinks for you. And you guys outside the place, like, a little bit behind, you hear like he goes in there, and a couple moments later, it gets a little boisterous in there. Whatever's going on, it got a little boisterous.
There's a restaurant downtown called Mick Magics after Mikhail. They sell magic burgers.
So he kind of leans into it a little bit, but he doesn't actually take a seat. Like whenever he gets to a table, he just kind of puts his hands on it. Says, "I actually got two other people I'm traveling with. You good if they come in too?"
One of them, that's with you, his face kind of drops a bit and goes, "They mages too."
No.
You can see like while they didn't want the answer to be yes, the fact that the answer is no is actually maybe more disappointing. But then they say, good. And they look about and say, Sorcerer Supreme's brought some prentices. What you guys think? And there's like some murmuring and whatnot. And there's like it's like a yes, but it's not like a jovial yes. It's like oh, he brought friends. Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
they weren't invited, but since they're here, I guess it'd be awkward if we didn't let them in. Like, definitely
You
that
just
kind
look
of
out
vibe.
the window, and Aldo and I are standing there, like head and face pressed up.
He's just, never mind. They'll be fine. No.
Pull
Not
down the
kidding, I don't do
blinds.
And close the curtains.
that. Just close completely.
Awesome. Cool. So, Mikhail, you go and get them then?
Yeah, I'll go grab him.
Cool. You grab them and bring them in and whatnot. Now, it took you a moment, Koa, to remember, because, like, it was a long time ago and whatnot, but, like, now after you're coming in and looking around and seeing this place, you're like, I've been to this town before. They told me there was no places to stay. They told me that there was no places to drink. And, I mean, it was kind of unnecessary when 5 people chased you out of town the next morning. I mean, like, she was coming
Well,
on
it was
to
a
you.
busy night.
Yeah.
Baby oil was on.
Oh God. So Pogo. So you go in, and so you're looking around. It takes a couple moments after you get into the place that you realize, like, whereas you were rejected before, you're like, oh, And obviously for you, not Koa, sorry. What's your name? Aldo. Aldo, you've seen worse.
Oh yeah.
So you go in, and so the people, you'll notice that the people are extremely friendly towards Mikhail. They call him ridiculous titles. Again, like Sorcerer Supreme, Mikhail, all sorts of things like that. The Wondrous Warlock. They just keep going with all these crazy titles and whatnot because like he's like, a powerful magic man. And so they give all these ridiculous titles, but like they're lukewarm to the two of you. Like they'll have like if they're having conversation and you're there and you interject, they don't actively butt you out, but like they'll acknowledge that you said something without responding, kind of like how people react to me.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Koa's gonna lay on his like the big cedar chest or whatever it was, like Wolverine style, holding a picture of Leshev with like his hand on it, missing being the hero of Leshev.
I miss
Hand
it now.
drawn.
I hated it before, but I miss it now.
But anyways, so at the place, so obviously you guys are at the speakeasy. You're having some fun or whatever it is right there. Mikhail, you never had to pay for drinks before. Your friends are expected to cough up some coin to have some drinks, which luckily for the two of you is not expensive. A couple of slivers, or if you're drinking a bunch of copper each, is fine. But that's good. As for the end of the night, they do
As
say,
much as I made rowing, I'm paying in drinks. Fuck that boat.
Mikhail would actually pay for them.
"Oh, okay."
Hey,
One, because, it just seems like the nice thing to do. And also because there's that chance they might be like, yeah, never mind. So,
Ooh,
pay
roll
for them.
diplomacy. I like that. Ooh, that was that was smooth.
He doesn't try to force that as a thing.
No.
So,
I get it. I get what you're doing.
Okay.
I missed it because I was busy counting too.
It's okay. You can check the VOD later.
He's gonna pay for you guys in the hopes that they go, oh, never mind, no, it's cool.
No, they'll eBay.
Could have been better.
Yeah.
Okay.
So again, it's your choice. Anywhere between 4 slivers to 2 copper, to cover all their drinking. So anyways, so you guys do some drinking. At the end, she once again invites you to stay the night at her place. You know what I mean? She offers to spend the night at your place or whatever it is. And I imagine the two of them, especially after having a couple of drinks, think that there's some vibes going on there. And she offers she's like, Well, I guess your friends can share the barn.
I've woken
Yeah,
up many
mate.
a time in a barn. Never alone. He'll say, like, give Aldo a little punch.
Baby oil.
So he'll kind of agree on their behalf as well. Just like, yeah, that's very kind of you. Did I tell you what we're on the road for?
No.
We're actually hunting slavers.
Mikhail, here's a hero of Leshev.
That's a title I don't have. That belongs to you.
A hero of Leshev. One of
Thank you. Yes, but not the
the
gestures.
I don't know much about Leshev. I just know that there was that prissy boy came from that place not too long ago.
Prissy boy.
Shrugs.
Was he really bad at reading a room?
Looks over at Koa, looks back at you, and says, "Seen worse."
Oh, this wasn't him then. Okay.
Koa's like acting like he's in on the joke. Like,
You can't read a room. There's no letters on it.
She wouldn't be mocking Koa, so it's gotta be someone else that.
But yeah, let's just say yeah, there's apparently a pretty big problem with it. Someone I know got kidnapped, so we're kind of on the hunt here. They're helping me with that. I wouldn't just bring anyone, you know.
So my apologies because I don't think you actually said it. Do you flat out say what it is that you're hunting right now?
I said we're hunting slavers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't
Sorry,
hear you
yeah.
say, no, you're good, man. So so she just like frowns at that and says, "Well, that's straight fucked. That she says none of that's happened rounds. Do you think? No. You don't think and she leans in and says under her breath so that not everybody hears her, you don't think Orsugo is a part of it, right? And somebody from across the bar goes, "Are you bringing up Orsugo again?"
I think I heard that name one time in my episode 0.
Yeesh.
Orsugo, I've heard that once before. Who?
God damn it! Why is everybody always bringing up that goddamn Orsugo? We're sick and tired of hearing that. We got our
Well,
own
that's the
magic man
third time
here.
I've heard the name Orsugo.
Mikhail will just say, "No, it probably doesn't have anything to do with them." But at this point, I wouldn't be surprised. It goes.
I swear, somebody loses a sheep and it's Orsugo's fault. Somebody else bangs their damn toe on a goddamn low-hanging board and it's Orsugo's fault. And somebody else
Who is
like,
this
"Oh,
Orsugo and
shut
why
up."
is he so mischievous?
And the guy's like, "Oh, fine, if you're gonna make me talk about him," and swings around. And he definitely was looking for the opportunity to talk about him.
Exactly.
Ko is very interested
Exactly.
in listening, so Ko is distracted now.
And he leans in. They go, "They say he's an orc that's 10 feet tall. They say he's shrouded in fire from head to toe. They see what he looks at and who he looks at can set ablaze. They say that he commands a band of men, of demon men, that will follow him about and do his business. They say that he haunts the woods to the east of here, but we seen him here in our own town. We have. Orsugo. He was a mighty, mighty villain. That is until the Sorcerer Supreme here showed up and scared him off with his mighty magics." He goes, "To the Sorcerer Supreme!" And everybody raises their mug and does the same thing. Except for, of course, her, who like mildly raises her mug and gives you that look like sorry. You know? Like,
He pretends to be slightly bothered, but he's a performer. This is
Ko is
so
thinking
okay.
back of the fight, how he and Aldo did all the killing, and you like shown some nice lights, which were helpful. And he's like, "How the fuck would he scare away a fire orc?"
What were you holding back?
This motherfucker.
Maybe he is a water mage.
And
Called
so
a demon?
So the guy leans in and says, "So you go chasing slavers? Ah, that's not a hero. You come back and show me Orsugo's head, then I'll know you're a hero."
Right. It's more about the people that are enslaved.
Ah, he says, and turns back to his beer, refusing to admit the fact that he's wrong.
I was just gonna keep thinking about the fact that Mikhail somehow took on a fire demon. Right, he takes note to ask him about that later.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to your second date of the night, Keegan.
No, he basically he'll give her like a very basic overview of what we're after, just so it's halfway, just to keep them informed, so that like if something like that comes through, that they're like not just blind to it, that it kind of hits the watering hole of the little hamlet or whatever we call it. But also to keep sort of taking the suspicion on his friends down a little bit more, to be like, hey, look, they're hunting slavers, they're good people. But yeah, he just kind of fills her in. We don't have to RP it if you don't want to.
Guy at the end of the bar is like, "Take one to know one." But she's like, honestly, I don't know if we can provide any help. I mean, we don't exactly have much by way of what do they call it now? Imports and exports in our town here, and certainly don't exactly have a central authority. You know, no sheriff or nothing.
Yeah.
But just east of here, over in Harrod, if you talk to them, they might have some details around it. The captain over that way, he's a fine fella. He could probably help you out.
Are we on foot from
You
here?
know
I
him?
thought
What's
we were
his
boating
name?
all the way to
You're
Hartford.
boating again from here. You're supposed to catch another boat in a few hours so like more or less
Okay.
early in the morning to get the rest of the way.
Yeah. We'll say, what's his name? Who would I be asking for if I got to Herod?
Oh God. Oh well, captain's what everybody calls him. I want to say his name's Bernard.
Constable or captain?
Captain. Yeah.
Okay.
She's like, yeah,
Yes.
certain it's Bernard. And somebody else from the bar goes, "You talking about Captain Jack?" And she goes, "No, isn't it Bernard?" And they're like, "No, it's definitely
I
Jack."
spent a weekend at Bernie's.
Uh,
Man was walking dead
those are
tired
very
all
different
weekend.
names.
And she nods and says, "We just call him Captain." And the guy
Jack
goes,
or Bernard.
"I promise you, it's Jack."
Thank you.
I'll put a foot on a barrel, grab a drink, and take a swig while wearing my pirate hat.
I mean, I think
I
I
call
made
him
that
Captain
joke.
Morgan.
I think I made that joke when I first introduced him, but years ago.
I mean, that would be Morgan, but yeah. But yeah, he'll thank them and say, well, we're taking a boat pretty early, so maybe that'll come up.
She says, "Well, if you're going to be taking a boat early," she looks at the rest of the people here and says, "It's getting pretty late." And somebody goes, "One more round." You realize it's Aldo, and there's enough jeering that she agrees to serving another round.
He makes friends everywhere he
It's
goes.
like I didn't even have to unmute.
Don't you love when Scott plays your character for you? It's always my favorite thing.
Did I miss the beat, Jake?
We're about 3
No,
years
he's-
from Scott investing into AI to not
Dead
even
on.
have real players.
Dude. All right. I just need enough voice samples from each of you to just replicate your voices so I can feel like I'm not talking to that. You know when you click on like a YouTube video and it's that AI voice that like there's actual commercials on TV that use that AI voice now too. You're like, fuck you. You know, like
Yeah, they're really annoying.
yeah. Anyways, moving on.
Oh,
So
this reminded me of you.
where were we? So yeah, you are there's another round of drinks, people chatting, whatever it is, and that guy will lean over to you and say, "So you think you're gonna take Orsugo?"
To Aldo or me?
To you.
If we come across him and he's a problem or a slaver or something, sure, why not?
Oh. If you think you can take out Orsugo, looks to the left, looks to the right, and leans in real close so you can smell his breath. And he says, "Take his liver. I hear That's what the Karuk eat. They eat the liver. That's how they get the power. If you eat his liver, you could get the power too.
Right then. I said.
He gives you like a nudge on the shoulder, which honestly still hurts a little bit from all the rowing yesterday, and and says, "Attaboy." But again, that's some breath.
I went on 4 days or a week, whatever it was, in the woods with Aldo. So, like, honestly, this guy's nothing.
I like how he ended up being
Bread
two
and wine.
different kinds of crazy.
And so eventually you guys are able to settle up, and she will lead all of you back to her place, where she opens up the barn door and says, "Make comfortable in there."
Koa just, like, happily plops down, like, a spot of hay or something. It's just like, this will be great. Thank you.
And she will go into the house with Mikhail. I imagine the two of them make their like little kitty kind of comments or whatever it is. But of course, when you get into the house, Mikhail, you know that she has like a loft up above, and she stays the night up there, and you spend the night on the floor down below. So they make their
Aldo
assumptions,
and Koa will definitely start conversation about, like, the fact that Mikhail's in the house.
Yeah, Aldo definitely will. We'll gossip with you, right? But he's also did Mikhail take his loot by chance?
Of course he did.
Okay. I mean, he might have been too drunk because we need some music.
He's drumming each
We don't
other.
want the party to end
early
so
day. We should
quickly.
get some sleep. Put on our pajamas, like, lay on our stomachs, kicking our feet. What do you think they're doing in there? Mikhail's gone 2 for 2 in the last few nights. What the hell?
What a dog.
Of course, as the evening progresses, eventually, you know,
Sorcerer Supreme. He's probably flashing his lights, if you know what I mean.
I don't.
No one does.
my mind jumped to ludicrous red light district. Red light district. Anyways, so
So
Another spell
underrated.
he'll never leave a
Ludicrous is so
mess.
underrated.
oh,
Brilliant.
I fucking love Ludacris. Anyways,
Yeah.
my daughter listens to a lot of Ludacris. It's just you put on the clean
boy.
version, and you're like, yeah, it's clean.
It's fine.
They take out the cusses.
It's fine.
I listened to
60%
worse.
of the lyrics.
I listened to worse, right? I'm pretty sure I did. Anyways, so you avoid certain songs, like you don't put in splashing waterfalls, right? But-
Yeah. No. Does WAP have a clean version?
yeah. No.
Not really.
It's funny because, like, without joking, one of her favorite songs right now is Rap God, but I put on the clean version, which it's not clean. It's like
This is so
Yeah.
relevant to our campaign. I'm so excited.
That's fair. Yeah.
yeah. All right. So, anyways, moving on. Where were we? So, by the way, yeah, your characters go in there. Eventually, Aldo goes to pass out, and eventually, you know, what's his name? Koa will go into the stall with Night Fury and bust out the baby oil, and you know, passes out with his companion. And
Night
eventually,
Fury, one of the women I met at the bar, because
I always forget its name. So you eventually you guys have to get up early in the morning, more or less as the sun's rising. You're making your way down. Look, it's a very short walk. Make your way down to the docks. She was actually wicked kind, and she, before even passing out herself, went ahead and made some baked some nice treats or whatever it was, and had it so it was sitting on the counter. Like, you were awake, you saw her doing it, so you knew it was for you. It wasn't awkward to take in the morning, but she was passed out when you left. So you'd have gotten up and grabbed some more or less relatively fresh baked rolls or whatever, and brought it for your friends so they could have something nice to go with. Because she's kind of like what did I say beforehand? In like her mid 40s or whatever. So it's just very kind. By the way, you grab the stuff,
for
join with your
Mikhail.
friends.
I warned him about the plains cats.
Is that what they call them here?
Oh. Oh.
There won't be much of them left.
Sorry. Oh, that's funny. Oh God, I never even. Holy shit. All right, let's move on. You guys get on the boat and travel the rest of the way there. Now, unfortunately, you do see Harrod. Harrod is actually noteworthy because it has a proper bridge. You know what I mean? Which spans from the north to the south because you're going eastward on the river now, which spans the north and the south. So you actually have a proper bridge there, which is nice. Now it's kind of a lower bridge, so like super large boats wouldn't be able to pass through here, but your boat can easily, your keel boat can easily get through, and are able to pass by. It's a small town. Like again, the word town is village is more accurate. Certainly bigger than that, Thorpe, if you even want to call it that you just left. But definitely smaller than Forvan or Leshev or whatever it is. This is, it's a small village.
Is it comparable to the place I started off where I met Phil?
Rid. Comparable to Rid. Yeah, I would say it's comparable to that. Yeah. Very small, very sleepy, right? And you go by there, and there's that moment where you're like, oh, there's the docks, but can we stop and talk to Captain Okay. But you're going by because obviously the people that you were paid for you guys to be on, they have their own quotas to meet. They're like, sorry, we're not stopping for you. Unless you're willing to pay our loss in profits, we're not stopping for you. Are you willing to pay for our loss in profits?
Nope.
Willing to stop slavery?
Are you willing to pay for our loss in profits? I'm not telling you how I'm getting those profits.
Dude. We need to burn this whole fucking country down.
Like we're not about to go and get in trouble with our bosses because of your what's the word I'm looking for? Hypotheses. So anyways, you make your way all the way to Hodgwen. So finally, except for Koa, who has seen before, you guys see Hodgwen for the first time. Thing to note about Hodgwen is as you're approaching it, there are Hodgwen is at the corner of two rivers. I'm trying to get so I can see it. Is at the corner of two rivers, and the river over here, after it passes Harrod, actually gains a bit of momentum. It gets like a bit moves slightly faster. It gets a bit wider, a bit deeper, so on and so forth, as it flows through and past Hodgwen. Hodgwen is itself is nestled on the northern, so of the river that you're on, which goes east-west. It's on the northern side of that river. It does not, aside from a couple of small buildings which are not technically associated with Hodgwen, there are not any bridges that cross north-south, so no bridges that you would have to pass by, which is great because it allows for much larger boats to be able to sail to and through Hodgwen or whatever it is. Instead, what Hodgwen does is it's on the crux of where the river bends out of it going northward, and the river that goes east-west. So it's like right nestled where on the outer corner of where those meet. So not in the middle of them where they fork, just outside of where that fork is. It is not a small town. So it is a large town. There are definitely like easily 10,000 plus people that live in Hodgwen proper. And then there's also farmlands that stretch beyond that. They would give more people and so on and so forth. This is like a proper town that you would see here. For people that are of Edir, or maybe even very nearby surrounding regions, you would maybe even perceive this as being a city. Now, two of your characters do not perceive this as being a city, because one of them grew up in or around the capital city of a different nation, and the other one grew up in a, not a proper, I don't remember if Derwin's a proper city or a town, but it's not far off from Meshtez, which you have absolutely visited before, and is absolutely a city, right?
This is the largest city in all of the continent, Hodgwen. Never imagined anything larger than this.
Well, there is. It's sizable. Yeah, it's okay.
Nightstorm will be in a bad mood the whole time we're here, so perhaps I'll pat you on the back. Don't try to feed her while we're in town.
No, is she gonna bite me now?
No, she wouldn't bite you. It was just simply a jest, but she will be quite pissed off to be back here.
That's what you said about the donkey. It used its last breath to bite me.
Well, when an injured animal feels like it's trapped in a corner, they lash out, and it is a defense mechanism. Another part.
It was dying. What is it defending?
Well,
all I wanted from that donkey was for it to not bite me.
Then you should have tried to pet it when it was alive and not die.
But it wanted to. Okay.
More importantly, you've been here before.
Myself.
Yes, I have. Lots of beautiful women and lots of angry men, fathers, husbands, that sort of thing. Um,
So you know the area fairly well then.
I spent a few weeks here. Nothing crazy. It's been a bit, but I know it a little bit.
Well, that's good. At least we're not coming in blind.
I could tell you where the three best taverns that I visited were. The place I'm not welcome back, and two places where you can rent cheaper rooms. Otherwise,
That's all useful.
that's about the extent of my knowledge here. Yes.
Did you? You didn't make any like powerful enemies here, did you?
No, not that I know of. I was usually gone before they arrived.
Ah,
I mean, not every woman I spent time with was, problematic, but in fact, there was one I spent a particularly long amount of time with, and I think she was single.
you might have some enemies here. That's okay. Maybe they won't recognize you now. You're. How long ago was this?
Oh, quite a while. Year. Yeah, that's an 18th of his lifetime.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, if you see someone who has a grudge, just don't let it be a surprise, you know?
No more than I have anywhere else,
do we have a starting point? Did Dan's information? We know they're kept away from Hodwin. Do we have any more on that?
Did we? We didn't, like... Scott, I know we didn't discuss, like, specific spots or whatever, but didn't we have, like, a pretty decent location on where the, like, holding area outside of Hogwin was? Or was
Just
it just
heard that it's
outside of Hogwin?
Hogwen. Yeah,
Okay.
unfortunately, no. And you don't have any particular leads down here because nobody really knew anybody well, beyond all of those documents that you have.
Yeah. So say, not really. What we need to do is find an inn. What I can do is I can go over the documents again, see if, outside of a quick primer that we got from Fox, maybe I can figure out a good starting point.
Yeah, Koa. The inns, any of them close to the dock? Probably a good place to stay.
Good idea.
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
Now, I
I
myself
suppose we should.
didn't have much reason to be near the docks, but I did take a couple of nights down here. Not exactly prime place for a horse, right?
Well,
Something bad happened here for Nightstorm?
I mean, it's a town. There's not exactly a lot of room to go running and stretch your legs. It's kind of congested. There's a lot of people during the day and such, so she just didn't get a lot of exercise. And coming from the free folk, where you could just kind of ride off and do whatever, whenever, it's a lot more congested. And there's a different kind of smell in the heart of a giant city like this compared to normal towns.
Oh, okay. Spot by the
well,
docks.
staying at the tavern near the docks. I think that's first port of call.
Yeah. Place to put our stuff down. Might not be a bad idea to... Well... Shit, it is still in a deer. I would say just take a walk, stretch our legs, get the lay of the area, but... I don't know how likely we are to have our room rummaged through or anything.
That depends on the quality of room you purchase here, I suppose.
Did you ever get experience when you stayed?
I rarely stayed in my own room.
None of your stuff got taken when you came back?
Well, there were those two places I said to definitely not go to. But this place, no.
Whoa. As you're riding by in the town, as you're not quite to the docks yet, but you're coming close to them, you see the buildings. They're close together, closer together than any of the other towns you'd been through, as I said. And they're bigger, though maybe somewhat haphazardly designed, because it's just kind of like build as you go kind of scenario. You imagine that there's some sort of building ordinances that exist, but they didn't always exist, and so some buildings exist before they were put in place, so on and so forth. But that's not what I'm saying. Whoa. It's the nose twitches and the head perks up for Aldo, I imagine, first. But all of you would eventually notice it now that you're familiar. As you're riding by one particular part of the town, not quite to the docks. Oh, you smell keef. There's definitely not only one or two people smoking over in that part of town that you're going by, if you're picking up the smell of keef that pungently.
Shit.
Can't say I spent any time down in that particular section, but smells familiar, yes?
Little. How's that strong just from that one area? Damn.
But we know where it's going from Leshev.
Whew. I mean, well, it smells like consumers.
We know some of the drug trade, I suppose, a little bit, but that one I imagine is even more ingrained in Adir than the slave trade. At least I hope that the drugs are more easily accessible than people are, but yes, I imagine all of the different vices will be in full force here.
I guess so. I mean, that's got to be a lot. I mean, I think you could get away with that in most places. It's not like legal here. It's just people don't care.
That I don't know. I never partook myself, and while I enjoyed a bit of time in Hard Gwyn, I was pretty glad to get out.
Hey, sounds like you guys are talking about keef. You looking to get some?
You itchy there, friend?
Looks at you and goes, nah. You?
Not yet.
What'd you say?
Not yet.
Oh, he nods and goes, good. I can tell you someplace where you might be able to keep from getting that way, yeah?
Yeah.
Leans over. All right. You check out the rusty nail. Okay? Inside there, you talk to Tony. Yeah, he's one of them.
One of them?
Nods.
Okay. Rusty Nail, talk to Tony. All right. Thanks.
Thanks, friend.
Is that the name of the bar in Leshev? Am I crazy? Have I heard the Rusty Nail before?
No?
Why does that name sound so familiar?
You went to a Broken Shield
sounds
before.
like kind of... Mm-hmm.
A Rusty Nail's an alcoholic beverage. Yeah. Anyways, cool. Sorry, you guys were
just
talking.
Very uncreative for a moment. Like every town's got a Rusty Nail and a Tony.
Tony is common though.
Aldo, what did he mean by that? It's one of them.
Oh, you remember Tony?
Yeah.
Well, I assume he's one of them.
He's another Tony? Like there's a network of Tonys?
I thought you were well-traveled. Don't tell me this is your first Tony.
Never said that. I'm well-storied. This is my first time out of where I'm from.
Alright, well, even in your stories, surely there's a Tony or two.
Maybe?
I'm missing something about the importance of someone being named a Tony.
I am too. That's what I'm... Apparently Aldo knows.
Well, he asked if Aldo wanted drugs and then said Tony's one of them, so I assume Tony's a way to get drugs.
The way he said one of them, you know?
It's actually, with this, like, tap Aldo and, like, give, like, a head gesture to step away.
Oh, I would have waited for him to leave. I wasn't going to have the conversation in front of that guy.
Yeah, I thought he was gone, too. I wasn't just like...
Yeah.
Narcs.
Hold on, Fred.
Like,
What you're trying to say is buying
Get
drugs.
narc vibes.
Yeah, I'm fucking waiting for that weirdo to leave first.
Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, this is well, just the way he said it made it sound like something other than just he sells drugs, but he's one of them.
I don't know how to say this delicately.
Then don't.
We're coming up at the
Sometimes
docks.
that's-
Everybody get your shit together. We need you out of the way.
Sorry, you were RPing.
Whoa. Off the boat?
All right, so we get our stuff and get off the boat.
Get the stuff together?
We'll finish the conversation in 3 seconds. It was perfectly necessary to interrupt it right now. We get off the boat and continue our conversation. You were saying about the Tonys.
So, Aldo, you don't have to say it delicately, just quietly.
When you guys get off the boat, by the way, somebody does help you get
Don't you
your
fucking dare.
somebody helps you get your horse out of there with you, so there's no concerns or anything like that. It's not going to fall in and drown on the way off. The only chance is in the lake, and you unfortunately.
Oh my god!
passed.
Pick up the horse. Let's go. Let's
From
get
D&D
this
to the
moving.
Stanley Parable. We got the fucking overarching narrator here butting in.
You don't. I was helping.
Get off the boat.
I was helping
Go
Jake
this
here.
way.
So so when you guys get off the boat, one of the first things is not just simple docks here. This is a proper waterfront, right? Like this is a proper waterfront that you're coming up to. So there's a significant number of shops that are right here. There's warehouses that are here. There's a shipyard for doing repairs if there's a messed up small to medium sized ship in the area. There's even like taverns and what are they called? Taverns and inns right here. We're kind of like small ones, like shithole ones, right here when you first get off. But also right off of the market, going a little further upstream, so we haven't passed by yet. You can see that over in that direction. That's where the proper market is. Right, we're talking like anything that's there's even a proper pathway, both a gravel one and a dirt one to head over to the market from the waterfront itself for people that are bringing like wagons full of shit, like transporting goods from one of the boats, or people that are just walking over, right? And then there's a proper market over there where there's all sorts of shit that your characters can look into buying. Not far from the market, you can see there's tons of tenement properties around, so lots and lots of high dense population areas that are there. But that's kind of like when you first get off the boat, seeing the waterfront area and what I was describing, the market, tenement, and whatnot around. I don't know if your characters would stick to that region or if you want to go further, let's say upstream and downstream, because you haven't gone down. You'd come from upstream. Sorry, downstream is where the market is. I don't know if you want to backtrack towards upstream over towards that the area that they were questioning about, Jake, is, or if you'd want to explore outwards to the other parts of town. Wade, before we go any further into town here, I want to grab you an image real fast. This is not a map by any stretch of the imagination. So I do want to be clear again. This is not a map by any stretch of the imagination. Some of the details here are a little bit off, but I do want...
This is a picture of you in lingerie.
Actually, I do still have that in my desk if you want me to go get it.
Oh. Thanks for sending that. Can we get back to the game?
Yeah, sure. I mean, do you want me to go send you the picture of me in lingerie again? Like the one when I was 18? I was your character's age. No? No? No?
I
Okay.
mean, I would like, if you're going to send one, at least make it so where they had, like, colored photos.
Cool. So I'm going to send this over to you, Wade, because your character actually has spent some time here. Where is Minion? Minion, here we go.
I feel like, Brett, I just did that. Come on.
All right, cool. So, Wade, here you go. So, more or less is where you are. So you came from the waterfront, and like I said, downstream. Ignore those arrows. Downstream is where the market is. It's also important to note that if you almost like flip this, semi-flip. I'll get you a better version of this later on. But the river is actually south of you, not north of you, and so on. But that's fine. So you can see that the market is going to be over to the east of where you are, no matter what. And that you came from the west of where you are. That's where you got the fun smell from, and so on and so forth. You also know that, I forgot to mention, when you first came into the town, came by the town, it smelled like it smelled like fucking horrible. Actually, no, the tannery would be the other way. Never mind. You didn't smell the tannery yet. So you would have like gone by this area, so on and so forth. And you do know where like some items happen to be, like you know where the hospital is inside this town. You know where like a couple of shrines are. You know, other details like that. So that being said,
Saga reminded me about Leon. Do I know what the place? I forgot what the place was called that he was going to.
he was actually going to the hospital.
That's what it was just called, the hospital. I thought
Well,
it was
well,
like
well, it was the Chantry is where he was going to.
Chantry is the word.
But the Chantry runs the hospital. But either way, the Chantry of Tranquility is called. So, but I think he only told you Chantry. I don't think he actually said of Tranquility to you. Either way, so I don't know where your character would immediately kind of lead them because they were looking to you because like you knew the place better than them. So obviously you still have your horse with you. You're leading her with you as you go for now. For as long as
the first
you
thing
can.
we want to do is find a decent place to stay. So do I know an inn that's like at least like doesn't have to be nice, but at least trustworthy where people aren't going to break into our rooms?
Yeah, there's actually a couple of inns where you can go to. It all depends on how much money you want to spend. If you want to stay over by the river, where it's going to be like lower income area, so on and so forth, you can like lower level area. You can absolutely grab an inn there, and you know, if you pay like a decent price, you get locks on the doors, and you know, just don't leave something overly valuable inside there, and you'll probably be okay. If you want to pay like a proper amount of coin, you can head away from the river and go towards like the nicer part of town. There is a proper inn that's down that way, and it's a very fancy inn, but it's much more expensive.
We don't want anything. I don't think we want anything fancy, but we don't want anything where it's like our stuff's going to be at risk.
Yeah, if you go to that inn, it's much more expensive. You've never even stepped foot in it before because you've heard like it's.
I'll say it a third time just to make sure you hear. We want a place that's not the cheap place, but it isn't the expensive one.
Cool. So let's not get any of the ones around the waterfront. Let's go to the second one that I mentioned there.
You're always trying to eke out our money or get us robbed, and I don't want either one of those options.
Yeah. So not around the waterfront, not the little shithole
Every
ones.
campaign we do, there's two places that you tell us about. The first thing is like, there's this place. There's no locks on the door. Don't leave anything there. Or there's a fucking 5-star full massage. Something in the middle. Let me tell you about the 5-star. Don't want it. Can't afford it. You just took all of our gold. Yeah, but if you stayed there, I'm talking like they come to your room and feed you while they're slapping your ass. Scott, can't afford it. No, listen. Baby oil. Scott, please.
I was about to say the baby oil thing. They have 1,000 bottles.
We don't want the shady motel where like one of the rooms has broken windows and there's plants growing out of it. We also don't need to go stay in like the heart of Beverly Hills.
I will say, if you go to a fancy large hotel and they have 1,000 bottles of baby oil, that is still a little fucking strange. Like
It's still really strange.
I mean, maybe like 200 or something. Like, oh, they really stock, but 1,000?
What do they need it for? What do they need it for? What do you need 200 for at a hotel?
Maybe massaging.
Why are they stocking it?
Maybe massaging.
A lot of parents come through there.
I don't think I've
Dry-ass
ever bought
babies.
baby oil. Like, what do you even use? I only know baby oil as being what people used to put on to tan.
When you're cooking your babies. Like you use olive oil when you're cooking olives.
That's how you put a bun in the oven, mate. Anyways.
So you do eat it raw?
God damn it.
Moving on. Let's get back to the game.
Yes.
So you want to first head to the inn. So the first thing you're going to do is you're actually going to go ahead and head back upstream, which means you are going to go walking through that pungent area. So I already mentioned the tenements that existed over by the market. As you're heading back upstream towards that through the area that's the much more pungent one, the tenements over here are of a much lower caliber. It's one of those areas where when you're walking through, just instinctively, just because of who he is and his background, so on and so forth, Aldo instinctively kind of like tucks his purse slightly differently on his his belt or what have you, and it's kind of like adjusts maybe his pack ever so slightly, and just becomes significantly more alert. And it's not even one of those things that necessarily, he would convey. That's up to Jaaek as his character, but he just would instinctively become that much more alert, being familiar with these parts of town or whatever it is. Now, Mikhail is not an idiot, but Mikhail also does, not from his younger years, but his more recent years, come from a more fluffy part of town where people weren't really robbed or whatever it was. So his instincts wouldn't be quite as honed. He might be recognizing the fact, we're not in Kansas anymore. But he might not necessarily understand quite the level of danger that he's in right here and now. Going over to Koa, I see our sweet, sweet, innocent boy Koa not realizing that there's a problem here. and likely never really ran into one because, he's a big boy. And people would have to be willing with a big ass sword strapped to his back. There's not like dozens of people walking around with big ass swords strapped to their back, right? So people would have to be a little bit foolish to mess with him unless they were doing so like with backup arounds. So I imagine Koa goes into it with only a mild awareness about him because he's not stupid, but not as alert as the other two. So with that being said, as your characters are walking through there, everybody go ahead and make me a perception check. But Jake, you can have a +2 to this. Okay, there we go. Thanks. Sorry, there's a bunch of dead air there.
Take a second. Yeah.
Awesome. So Koa beat my DC 15 there. Koa, you already have a degree of success. Go ahead and roll me a sense motive to see if I can give you anything additional, and then I'll tell you what it is that you discovered. That makes sense. So Koa, you sweet innocent boy who's perceptive, notices that there's you would notice that as you were like walking through the area, that there was a young person, like a little human girl that seemed to be following you guys for a while. And like a child, like maybe, I don't know, 10, 12, 8, whatever they were. A human girl that's following you around for a while, and you notice that occasionally, like at some point in time, they started, feels like just happening to going your way. And then you realize occasionally when you happen to look in that direction, they quickly look away from where you are. And you're not getting a full like vibe check, like you don't fully understand what it is. But you definitely notice that it feels like there is a young girl that's following you.
I believe we're being followed by a child. If I remember right, there's an orphanage in town, but I don't think it's near here. So perhaps she's lost or something.
A child? How terrible.
Check your. You know what? Don't check your purse. Not now.
Oh. You think they're... Shit, what do you think they're doing? Just tailing us?
She's
I've
walking.
seen this many times before.
I look back and she looks away, and then we walk, and then I look back and she's there again. So
Bumped into any of you yet?
Nobody's bumped into me.
no, she seems to be keeping a healthy distance.
Think it's better to let her know that she's made, or just pretend she's not there?
As this is being discussed, because you've raised such an alert, like you raised an alert so well to them, it's actually Aldo who notices the next thing, right? Because now he's on super alert, not even watching her, just looking around. You notice that all of a sudden, as you're walking through an intersection of one of like the nearby roads, there just happens to be a small group of kids, 4 of them, that are just like joking and laughing and playing with them, that are going to like run across the area, so like more or less across the street, if you will, that are going to just run through where you guys happen to be, as they're like roughhousing, with like shoving and pushing at one another. And almost immediately Aldo's like, I know this trick. They're absolutely just closing the distance and roughhousing to disguise the fact they are about to pick our pockets. But Aldo, this happens so quickly, you don't really have much time to say too much unless you're like maybe a blurt out, or maybe you could take some sort of action. I don't know what you would do.
Aldo immediately shoves himself like against like the wall of like on either side, and just like sits almost and like holds his legs.
It's like falls back against the wall. Cool.
Yep.
Koa might follow suit because he's like, I think he will. He'll like do the same thing. He'll look at you like, are you scared of children?
They're trying to rub you.
Yeah, Mikhail he'll drop back like against the wall, like kind of puts his hands down, like grab, like has like one on his belt pouch and stuff, but he doesn't drop all the way down. He's kind of like against the wall, looking down at Aldo, like what's happening.
So that he says to try to rob you, and so you guys see that, and of course instinctively Koa would like look back to see where the little girl is, and you can see she's gone. She's not there anymore. Like clearly, the mark had noticed that they were marked and just got the fuck out of there. and you guys got through the scenario. And so feel free to RP around or whatever it is. But as you're pushing yourself off the wall and going through the RP, understand that you're also in rounds now getting that nice, strong, pungent smell of keef.
Oof.
Apparently, I'm leading us to the worst inn.
No. You're going to go through
We
here.
have to go through it. Okay. Good.
I figured since I know this town so well, I would lead us through the worst parts of it in order to get to someplace okay.
Yeah, was this here when you were here? This miasma of...
Didn't really spend much time on this side of town, to be honest with you. Like I said, the river really didn't do me any favors.
That's fair. Yeah, thanks, Aldo. Would not have been fun getting robbed again.
No, but this is a larger city, so this is commonplace.
Yeah.
I do
Really
suggest we
wanna have to-
find somewhere we can store our
Oh,
valuables.
shit. Speaking of which, I think, didn't Yasir sell my stuff around here? God damn it.
Well, I also know a man who was going to Chantry here. Met him briefly at a bar. Seemed like a good fellow. Sad. Very sad. Depressed even.
He's
Miserable,
going to the
actually.
Chandri?
Hated his life,
Was
I
he-
think.
Was he sick? Like,
From what I gathered, I think he just had seen a lot of terrible things and wasn't able to overcome the memories of it or something. It's been a while since I talked to him, and
oh,
it was a brief conversation. But from what I recall, not an easy lad to cheer up.
maybe, hopefully he's found what he's looking for. Which we should get back to.
Oh yes, can we stand up now, or should we stay against this wall a bit longer?
Oh, they've passed. We're good.
All right, I'll keep my eye out for more children.
You have to adjust how you have the chest strapped to your poor horse. You know, bringing that heavy ass thing with you, so you don't have to carry around the whole 76
If a
pounds.
6-year-old comes up and takes a 80-pound chest, honestly, they deserve it.
No, just making sure it's restrapped or whatever.
We look up the chest gun, we look back, it's just like almost flat on the ground. Like, uh-oh.
Nightstorm's gone. They're eating the horses. They're eating the cats. The orphans
Just
in
looked
Hogwarts,
over,
they're
there
eating
was-
the pets.
Eating the pets.
We looked away for 2 seconds, looked back, and she's just hooves. They got her. Them
The
damn
girl
Dale.
looks up, just like blood dripping, like eyes pale white.
I don't know, pickled horse hoof.
I
Anyways,
bet she's Galdarian. Just look at her.
So anyways, you guys walk through the bad part of town and eventually make your way over to the inn. And so when you go to make your way up to the inn, the inn that you go to here is River's Edge is the name of it. It is a very unique name, just called the River's Edge. And as you go walking in to check the place out, Koa, yeah, you do remember this place. You have been here before. And
Right, Tony runs this place.
no. And
Okay.
the owner was always relatively fair. Granted, you haven't been here in close to a year before, but the woman that ran it, she was not old by any stretch of the imagination, but she was definitely kind of sickly. So like late 40s or early 50s. You know, it's not like, well, she's old, but not like old. And
Everyone's old in this goddamn fucking country, man.
but she was always kind of sickly, like always had kind of a bit of a nasty cough. So anyways, when you go into the place, you can see that the person behind the counter is not her, but instead, her son, who is going to be about your age. You don't know exactly how old he is, but
I
he's,
met him?
you had seen him around before, but you probably don't properly know him. But you'd definitely seen him around before and identified that as being her son because he'd chop
remember
wood
his
or whatever.
I remember his name.
Oh, you know what? Roll me an intelligence check, DC 7. Yeah, sure. So his name will be Kaji.
All right, great. What is it?
Not catchy. Catchy.
I'll never forget it. So what is it?
Oh God.
You're really tooting your own horn here, Scott. But what's his name?
Fine, we'll pronounce it Kagi.
Kagi, right?
You say that, and he looks at you, and he's like, for the record, just to give a description of the individual. So when you go walking in, the individual that you see there, you knew that his mother was a what's the word I'm looking for? Human, and you're pretty sure his father was a hobgoblin. So this is what you would call a hobbin, right? And so when you see him, you say Kagi, right? And they look at you and they kind of like scruff their face like they should know you, but then they say, "Yeah, how you been?" And there's definitely that like, "Do I know you?"
Hey, you.
Yeah.
Long time
Yeah,
no
the
see.
guy.
I stayed here for a while. I believe your mother was running the place. Is she all right?
Oh, nah, yeah, no.
Sorry to hear that. Well, she was always very kind and fair, and well, finding myself back in Hardgwin with a couple of friends, we thought we would try to get a few rooms, if at all possible.
Yeah, no, rooms I have, but yeah, yeah. So 3 of you, huh? Three different rooms, or
I mean, unless you have a room with a couple different beds or something, but I looked at the others like, I don't know what the fuck do y'all want.
he says, I do have one room with a bunk in it. I won't lie, the beds are a bit smaller, if you know what I mean. But I do have a room with one room with bunks in it. So maybe 3 different rooms is a good one.
Sounds fine to me.
Aldo
Then.
just shrugs.
If we can keep them close together, just in case we got business.
Well, let me check. Turns around, goes and opens up like a reinforced wooden like lockbox behind him, if you will.
Pulls out
And
his tablet and searches the room.
looks at which keys are available, and he's like, "Yeah, this is 2 next to, and one's right across the hall. I could do that for you." And goes over and gets them. Says, "You want locked rooms, of course," and puts down 3 keys.
Yeah.
Ideally, yes.
Thank you.
As I said, your mother was always very kind, and the rooms were always very fairly priced here. And so she was a very nice woman. And again, I'm very sorry for her loss. Sad I wasn't back sooner.
He says, "It's nice of you. I appreciate it. I remember seeing you around. You're those kind words, though. Thanks." He's saying, trying to keep it as generic as possible, appreciative, but has no fucking clue who you are. And so he says, "Well, yeah. So how long you 3 intended on staying?"
I don't know. Koa, what do you think?
4 days, right?
By a couple of days? He like pointedly says his name, so the guy gets the name.
Okay.
Probably at least 3 or 4 nights, yes.
He goes, "All right. Well, if that's the plan, usually what I'll do here is I'll take half the plan nights up front, and you pay out the other half afterwards. So if that's what you're planning on, you're saying 3 or 4, do you want to settle in for 4, or should we go at 3 and just kind of make do afterwards?"
We'll be paying for at least 2 anyway, so let's say 4.
Nods. All right. Let's take care of that then. And so the rooms got locks on them. These are good rooms. You've been here before. If you need any extra security, I do have in my basement a pretty secure area if you need to have anything locked up. We do have a stable. I'm kind of short of hand right now for someone to work the stable. So, if you got any horses, they can be stabled up there, and they'll get fed, but there won't be any much by way of walking them around or brushing and whatnot. That'll have to be on you.
That's fine. I'll take care of that myself. But yes, I do have a horse. Perhaps he'll look at the trunk. We should have this locked up for now. Just clothes, but
Oh yeah.
heavy and annoying to drag around.
Is it easy to get to if we need to get stuff out of it?
The chest. He says, it's going to be locked. If you want me to put that thing downstairs, it'll be locked up in the basement. But that there got its own lock on it, and you got a lock on your door, so I'm sure you'll be fine. And he looks at you and he says reassuringly, "The window's got bars."
Oh.
And then we'll just keep it in one of our rooms.
Yeah.
Nods.
Well, then, if you're good to go, then let's see. Let me go ahead and do this here. Just give me 1 second to do the math. So first I have to modify this for the new system. So if it's normally for average, which is what you guys are doing, normally it's going to be 10 gold a month. But modify for the new system, that's 1 gold a month or 10 silver a month. If it's 10 silver a month, 10, what is it, times 3 for 3 PCs, divided by 10 should be 3 silver for 1 night. So, sorry, I said 3 silver. That's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. No.
You're assuming 4 weeks to a month, right?
What was that? 4 weeks to a month.
Like
Yeah, this 4 weeks to a month. Yeah, it's actually technically 28 days is how my months work. So I should actually do it like that. So 10 is 10 silver, divided by 28 days equals, that's per day, times 3 PCs. So yeah, it's literally 1 silver. Sorry. Oh, you know what I'm doing? 10. It's 1 gold, which is 10 silver, for 3 PCs for 1 night. So if it's 3 nights, that's what we're saying, guys. 3 nights.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're doing 4 to be
Or
specific.
4 nights.
4.
Cool.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 4.2 silver. So it's 4 silver, 2 copper, and you guys can pay that up front. I pay half up front, so it's 2 silver, 1 copper right now.
Okay.
It's 10 silver to 1 gold, right?
Correct. And it's
Yes.
correct.
Okay.
And it's 1
is that
gold
each
for
or
1
altogether?
PC for a month.
Okay.
But you have to multiply it by 3 because it's 3 of you. And he threw in the stable and whatnot for you guys. So
How much was that again? Sorry.
so the grand total what you guys are paying is 2 silver, 2 copper. Sorry, 2 silver, 1 copper up front.
Okay.
You have to owe the same thing later
I'll-
on. If you just want to pay it all
I'll,
up front right now, you can do that.
Yeah. So that's
I'll
2
do
silver
this
each,
one.
right?
No, grand
No, that's
total.
grand total. So
Yeah.
I'll just take it
Okay.
offline for now.
You're just paying it with yours for now? That's fine.
Yeah.
Cool. So you'll
and
pay it,
1.
not Jake.
Yeah.
Cool. So 2 silver, 1 copper for now, paid up front. So you're good to go. Just make sure you
Mm-hmm.
mark down that you still owe the other 2 silver, 1 copper for after you guys leave, and you're good to go.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. And he says,
Are you making note of that?
he points to the chest
Yeah.
and says, "Need help bringing that upstairs?" But it was an offer to be kind, but there's 3 healthy people there.
No, we'd like you to do it by yourself. Yeah, I'll carry that.
You guys go up to the rooms. The rooms themselves, they're not very large. They're not very impressive. They have a wash basin inside them. You know, they have a very small, dresser with like mostly functional drawers. They have a bed, and it's like with an actual mattress with like straw, whatever is inside of it. And they actually have a pillow that's, moderately comfortable. When I said the windows have bars, I mean like it literally has a bar that you can jam inside the window so somebody can't open it because it's literally a bar is jammed inside the window. But it does physically stop somebody from being able to open it without breaking the window. And the door does in fact have a lock. Aldo, you give the key a quick glance over and how worn down it is and the fact that it opens the lock with relative ease, and you're like, I can
Well,
pick this lock.
we're upstairs, right? So it's not like we're on the first floor. Someone can just come in the window very easily.
Correct. Aldo, you're like, I could pick this lock. But the good news is the floorboards are pretty creaky. So whereas that might be annoying if you're trying to sleep, it doesn't mean you're going to notice somebody coming if they wanted to. They'd have a hard time to avoid the creakiness of those floorboards.
The
And-
walls are thin, so you can also notice somebody coming that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
It
That is
takes
true. That's facts.
it takes a little bit longer for Aldo now. He has his medicine. So you guys are 2 of you are going to be able to share a wall and 1 person in the room across the way. Apparently Mikhail is the stud lately, so maybe Mikhail should get the one across the hall.
Just like kick him across the hall.
Either way, so you guys are able to go in there and check in your stuff, and then kind of like from here you can start doing your exploration. So you get things, locked in on the river's end, river's edge, and you have all your stuff put together. And it's at this point maybe you wanted to go and try to find that Tony chap, and you guys get welcome to try to investigate further if you want to, or Jake can continue to skirt around it, or you guys can go investigate somewhere else. There's the hospital you were interested in checking out, Wade. There were details around the original copies that you brought with you, and so on and so on and so on. There was a gentleman you were hoping to bump into that apparently had to hit up the bank here.
I think all of that stuff would, at least for Koa, would be secondary. We know we're on the clock for the slave trader stuff, so that would definitely be the focus of, like, we should be ahead of the curve. Nobody should know we're coming yet. And we know that they're moving them soon, so we've got to investigate and figure this stuff out before they're on to us or it's too late. So that would be Koa's mindset.
Yeah, I think we should probably just talk about it, what we're going to do, I suppose. So Aldo will say, right, now that we're settled in, I think we should
Probably
really
all.
start with those letters.
Meet in one room, I'm assuming.
There were
We have the
people...
doors open. Hey, about the slave trade.
Yeah.
The letters we have are from people from Meshtez to people in Hodgwen, right?
Oh, you're asking me? Yeah, it's between
is
more or less
correct.
correspondence between Meshtez, Hodgwen, and various correspondence amongst the peoples, even within their own towns and so on.
Yeah.
But yes,
So we could look through the letters and, see if we can find any information about the people that seem to be involved in Hodgwen. Or we could head down to the docks area, go to some of the inns and taverns and such down there near the docks where sailors might come in and spend some time, see what we can learn of people that pass through, specifically, people with tattoos or things like that. Obviously, don't make it obvious. But I'm just thinking.
Perhaps stupid question, but well, the group of children that were clearly working together trying to rob us and such, perhaps either them or someone in that area, if we go down there without our valuables, except for maybe a little bit of coin that we want to offer them, perhaps they would have some information they'd be willing to part with, no? If they've been wandering the streets, they've perhaps seen things or know of things.
Yes, but they could just fleece you anyway. They're not well, they could be quite
I suppose they could also
knowledgeable, I
tip off
guess.
people we're looking for, so that might be foolish.
Exactly. And if we're looking after slavers, you know what I mean?
Right. The letters are a good start, and the docks area makes sense. If they're going to be moving them via the river, then they'd probably have a warehouse there, similar to the warehouse in the Chev.
Yeah.
There also is the Keith link.
There's I guess it's a link or potential link.
Is the Keith closer to, like, the center where the two rivers or the river splits, or is it kind of off on the edge of town on the river?
you guys at
'Cause
River's
when we
Edge.
first came in.
Mm-hmm. Where you guys right now, as far west as you are the closest to where the two rivers split.
Okay.
Yeah. So the Keith Scented place is a little to the east of you. You walk through it. The waterfront is kind of in the center. If you're thinking east to west wise, so like the waterfront part of Hodgwen, the waterfront itself which is like what the district is called. That is central, not east, not west. It's central.
What do we know of how they transport these people? They sedate them and they have them in, what, crates?
Yeah. And seems like they probably use the river, but
I wonder if
we
they
get confirmation
offload
on that.
at the docks or before they enter the city.
Look, in the two instances that we've been able to recognize exactly who we're dealing with, they've been at or near docks. So I feel like that's got to be a big part of it.
So they need a like a cart or something to transport these things. I wonder if there is a company that may, do it, or they own them themselves and do all the work themselves, in which case people might notice the same people making trips all the time to certain areas.
Well, Dan was
Possible.
planted in the Chev, and we have to imagine that if they planted people here as well, they would have had a similar training. And the way that they did their business was they just found the weakest link and paid them off. So they didn't really have their own transportation system in the Chev, at least. It was just paying people off that were willing to look the other way. So perhaps a warehouse in a lower income district or something that's in a spot where it'd be easy to smuggle people in and out without people noticing or the guards bearing down on them. Something like that.
Yeah, that could be it. And I just remembered something that Captain Tor said. Their tattoos, they get them from someone who goes by Raven. We could try to find out about that. I mean, they all go to the same person for these markings. That person's got to have information.
I've met many Tonys. I'm not sure about Ravens.
Yeah, I can't
Could be a
imagine
nickname too, though.
I'm sure it is. It's probably not their real name. Captain Tor is certainly not that dude's name.
Oh, yes, of course.
But yeah, I imagine they all have to go through this person. So they're going to have information. They've also got to have some kind of reputation, even if it's hard to find.
As I said, my time in Hot Gwyn was fine and all, but there are a lot of less reputable sorts around, so nailing down the right one might be a bit more challenging here than it was in the Chev, simply because there's just a lot more people, good and bad, and in between.
Okay, so I think to try to speak to that point earlier, what do we want to do first?
We should have asked Dan about the buying process. Perhaps if we knew more about the buying process, we do have the clothes where we could dress up as potential buyers, and if we knew the right words or phrases or people to talk to, we could get in that way, but I'm not sure that we...
Dan didn't have that
Buyers could dress
information.
however. Oh,
You guys
yeah,
tried
sure
to inquire about that, and you couldn't get anything. That he didn't have it. He was just too
How the
low.
fuck do they sell them in Le Chev if he didn't know?
They're super decentralized.
Yeah, in the Chev, they just
So-
dropped them off, and he transported them.
No.
Yeah.
Well, let's
So-
start with the letters while we're thinking, then at least look over and see what names we get. And
I mean, we could try going and asking some questions near the docks and such. I can always just have a really late night and go over the letters myself.
my worry with going out and questioning people is if we ask the wrong question to the wrong person, they're going to tip off. And I don't want to think about what they might do if they think that we're onto them, and they have to dispatch of their cargo, so to speak.
Wade, there's a mechanical way of handling that. You accept a pretty nasty penalty as like a -10 to you gather information, and in doing so, you avoid tipping people off because you're being so subtle. You're less likely to be successful in gathering information, but at least you don't fuck up and tip your hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that is an option, but back to role playing because that's a good point.
Yeah. We'll say we can always be vague enough, but we also don't have to start by interrogating people. We may get quite a bit of information just being in the right place and listening. He taps the loop. I have a pretty good excuse to listen, or at least create an environment where people relax and talk a bit, or even start talking about local legends and rumors. I can't guarantee it, but, you learn how to set a mood eventually.
Well then, a night of responsible tavern visiting. Responsible, yes.
Yes. The main thing is just, I will definitely need to leave at a reasonable hour if I'm going to go over these letters, and probably not best for me to travel alone.
No, I think it's probably best we all travel together, especially being as Aldo warned us of the terrifying children robbers.
Yes.
And not to mention, we go to the wrong tavern. I run into Daisy. No, Daisy was somewhere else. Stacy, no, Annie. What was her name? Gloria.
You remember their faces, at least, right? So, like, if you see them, you'll know. Okay, never mind.
One or two.
Oh, boy.
But yes, no bad memories with them. Just an occasional one with, again, someone else in the picture.
All right, so hit some of the taverns and the docks. I'll see about maybe being able to play a bit. You guys just gotta keep an ear out. If you see an opportunity, take it. Just be careful. By opportunity, I mean to get more information about what we're here for.
Oh, yes. For some reason, my
Yeah.
mind was still on the girls. Yes, right. Staying focused, responsible.
All right, responsible taverning then, hey?
Oh God.
We'll do our
Yes.
best.
Off we should go then.
But Aldo, before we leave, what is with this Tony thing?
Oh my God! Did he just Macarena us? Is that Macarena? You got Monica on my side, right? Isn't that Angela?
yeah, that's the
Pamela,
Mambo number
Macarena,
5? Is that what
Mambo
you're
number
trying to
five,
say?
yeah. What was that? Was it
Macarena.
Sorry, Mambo number 5 said Matt.
Sandra.
Both of those are from like the same era, old as shit. So, Mambo number 5.
I remember whenever you.
Of course,
touch
yeah, of course you would
I was
also
gonna
know
say touch yourself while
Norway.
saying women's names, but that doesn't sound good. I remember whenever you do those
It's like
motions.
a little bit of Jessica on my side, a little bit
Oh,
of
yeah, the
Tina in my
Macarena.
life, a little bit of Sandra's all I need. A little bit of
Was that
Rita's.
tic-tac-toe? What was
Smoke
that?
some weed. I don't know.
Where you just keep saying them ladies' names.
We could do.
Aldo just
got-
says, he's like, it's a regional name.
Look, Aldo, if you don't want to tell us, just say you don't want to tell us.
They're practically all orcs. Or half orcs, or whatever you want to call them.
Is this like a Galdarian thing?
Well, you really are. You were like cloistered up, weren't you?
No, this is completely
little
new. I'm
academy.
fascinated. It's an orc name?
Yeah.
So Orsugo's real name may be Tony.
It more than likely is.
Holy shit. You don't come to think about it, I don't think I've met a human named Tony or Perrin. What the hell?
That's because it's regional.
I never paid too much attention to the men's names. Or the women's, for that matter.
Clearly. Might need to if you keep making
Sarah.
enemies of their fathers,
Her name was
brothers, and
definitely-
boyfriends.
No, Sarah was further east from here. It'll come to me.
Interesting choice of words. Let's go.
Okay.
One more thing. Whenever Aldo steps out, Koa will definitely walk up to Mikhail. Little fun bit here. Three Slivers says that Aldo does not have a responsible taverning.
Why would I ever take that bet?
I was just looking to make some coin, but fair enough.
You gotta get something competitive.
Disappointed in
Watch,
the
he's
fact that he's
not
not
gonna
going to make
drink
some
it
easy
all.
coin. Koa will move on.
He's as we're like walking out, we'll say, bet somebody else that he'll, someone who doesn't know him.
Is this Orsugo with us? My God.
Oh gods.
Billy's back.
What? No. Are you disguising yourself as Phil?
No, that's Billy.
Oh,
My
I
alter
thought you
ego,
said-
the sailor.
I thought you said Billy's back. I thought you said Phil is back.
Oh,
I was like, that's fucked
And it's
up.
so well done.
Oh my
that would
god.
be horrible.
Oh
Billy.
my god.
Oh shit. Okay, yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Imagine this, right? Like, Koa just wakes up every now and then. He thinks he's dreaming that he's hanging out with Phil, but it's actually like Aldo disguising himself as Phil, like bringing him a drink and having a chat and then leaving, and he just keeps doing it and doing it and doing it.
Form of torture, man.
Just he's like trying to give him closure.
I love the idea that he does it, but every time he does it, he changes one article of clothing slowly into Dan's clothes. So he's slowly, what's the word I'm looking for? Not concatenating. What's the word? More or less bringing the two together. Oh, I can't think of the word.
By the end of the night, I'm just
conflating.
convinced that Phil and Dan were
Conflating,
the
thank
same person, and Dan's locked up unjustly right now.
Oh yeah. Oh my god.
We gotta go.
We gotta get Dan out.
How could Dan have killed Phil? Dan is Phil. Save Phil. You tell the wife, I found your husband.
Lace is out, Phil.
Jeez.
All right.
So we
Anyway,
just we just walk out. There's a totally different person out there.
Yeah, 100%.
we'll have a retrial. Don't worry. We'll get you through. We'll filibuster it. Come on.
We've never seen any of your personas, right? This is the first time. Like we
No,
saw
you
you
haven't.
do a really.
We just
shitty
saw the
job
really bad
disguising.
Dan. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is
So we
this is
don't.
Billy.
So
Oh,
we
boy.
don't know. Not only do we not know this persona, we don't know he's actually good at disguises because his last one was so terrible.
Yeah. So how do we find you? Do you like walk out of your room and we're thinking like someone broke into your room already?
Well, I guess you guys would be ready before me, right? So I don't know
Yeah.
if you'd wait down in
Oh.
the tavern or you'd wait outside, or I don't know.
Oh yeah, if
So we
you're
walk
disguising.
together, so we'll probably wait like
Yeah.
at the entrance to this place.
Well, technically
Yeah.
speaking, you know him like intimately, so you could roll a perception with what is it, a +20? I gotta
I
find
think
the
it's
answer.
8 or something. It is a big plus, but it's not. I don't think it's 20.
I think it's 20. Sorry,
Oh,
I meant
oh.
10. I didn't mean 20. I meant 10.
Yeah,
For intimately.
Might be.
Yeah, intimate knowledge is.
it is really high.
Oh,
yeah.
you guys, nope. Close friends is more appropriate than intimate in this because I didn't realize close friends is an option, so I would go with +8. So make a perception with a
Okay.
+8.
When
We have
when
to
we
beat
see
a
him.
27.
Yes, you have to meet or beat a 27.
Yeah, that's still gonna be rough.
Failed by
Easy.
5 or
a good
more,
roll.
and you know it. Okay, you failed by 5 or more.
That's
That means
not-
you
it's
won't
not hard
know
to do.
until he tells you.
Nope. You don't see it. Here it comes.
Oh my
There it
god!
is.
Even when he tells you, you think he's fucking with you. Like you literally need Koa to like reaffirm it because you
Or
just
he has
don't
to like
see
take
it.
part of it off or
Hey, let's
something.
RP it. I'm excited. We're
All
waiting
right.
down. We're waiting downstairs by the.
Where the hell is
Yeah,
Aldo?
this guy just walks down, and he walks up to you too, and he stands there expectantly. He's like, "All right, boys, we ready for a night on the town or what?"
Oh, you
yes,
no,
but
we're
I
actually
don't
waiting
think
for a
with-
friend.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh, but you have lots of friends, eh?
just one more today.
Well, I'm ready when you are.
Well, hey, if you want to wait with us, he should be down any second, unless he got.
Remember,
or
responsible
something?
taverning. Responsible, eh?
He like looks at Koa, kind of alarmed. It's like,
Is that enough to tip me
Okay.
off that it's him, or do I still?
I would say yes for a normal character, but you play yours pretty stupid, so I'll leave that up to you.
Dare you? Wait,
did you?
Aldo?
You're
He's
the
like-
hero
he's
of
like-
Lishev.
But how do you
my
know
God.
that?
After the Dan attempt, this is a magnificent.
Yeah, well, we ready or what?
Yeah, this is Aldo.
Am I missing something, sir?
is
Look, I don't
Aldo.
know how you know about our conversations.
Mikhail, I'm telling you, this is Aldo.
Yes,
Well,
my
you've lost-
sorcerer
you've lost your
supreme.
mind.
All right, are you ready?
Fuck. He's like looking dead at you, and he goes, "No, but Koa, He like walks over to you, Koa. He goes, "We've seen him put on a disguise. That is a different person. He overheard what we were saying somehow."
Well,
Or
he
you
did
fucking
it in
read
the
minds.
middle of the woods when he was on a trip he didn't want to be on, and he was intoxicated, didn't have any meds to help with hangovers. Perhaps this is
He's
him
still
whenever he's got his senses
intoxicated.
about him. Yes, but less hangover-y version, so perhaps... Trust me, this is... It's him.
Look, this is all very flattering.
Okay, I'm just gonna go
But
check
like,
his-
we're on the clock here, right?
Right, yeah, exactly. Look, I'll be right back, and then we can head out. Runs upstairs, knocking on Aldo's door.
Nobody answers. Knock harder. Somebody else opens
Yep.
the door and goes, "Hey, she's not into you. Leave it."
Okay. He just
Go
waits
around
for them to
pounding
close the
on
door.
just, creeper. You know.
I knock again, even harder, and then run back downstairs.
Yeah.
The lady walks out and says, "Fine, you can have me back. Things better be different this time."
The other side of the hall. All right, guys, wait a sec. I'll be right back.
Layla?
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Nope, not touching that one.
I like the idea. He looks like a Wayans from White Chicks right now. Just
Honey
down there,
doo-doo.
just, like, transformed, and he's like, "No, that can't be you." You know, like, but anyway,
So,
so
come back down.
yeah, so you go down and you look at it again. It's like you cannot see it. Even though the transformation is not that extreme, it's too complete with the way he's playing the character, the accent, so on and so forth, the way he's carrying himself. It's so complete. You're like I guess I could see like similar features, but like I also could just find like a random person sitting inside of a shop that has similar. You know, it's just like
Yeah.
but you have to
I-
believe it. You know.
I don't see it. This is a hell of a lot better than... All right, yeah, what do we call you?
I'll go by Billy.
Billy. Okay, well,
Billy the Sailor.
look, that Aldo guy's... I don't know. He's kind of a flake, so I guess he's not coming. So you're a good replacement. Open the door.
Mikhail, I'm not sure. You're laying it on awfully thick at this point.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. Well, let's get down there, shall we? And, well, we know what we're keeping an eye out for, yes? Ear out for?
Let's get down to
Yeah.
business.
He starts walking. It's just... You hear him just like under his breath, like, I don't see it. I don't see it at all.
Mikhail, you especially should probably have a responsible drinking night tonight. Perhaps the boat wasn't so kind to you.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, I didn't see it originally, but, you know, after a moment and some of the words, it's very obvious, right?
I mean, I guess it does make logical sense. Like, I get it. You're right. I'm
Listen,
really
you have
impressed.
your magic and I have mine, alright?
That is certainly a way to put it.
I have
Well
no
done.
magic whatsoever. I just have a sword and a horse.
Yes, that is unfortunate.
Right. Well, keep our eyes out for any devious children or the like, and let's get happening.
So the plan is to go carousing and asking questions and so on and so forth. So Jake has an option. Jake can be a little more loose-lipped if he wants to, because he is not him. He is properly disguised. That doesn't mean you can't stop information. Doesn't mean that information won't get out, but maybe it matters less. So what is the approach you're trying to take as your, I understand, Keegan, I understand that your character is not going to be asking questions. You're more going to be playing music, setting the mood, maybe playing certain songs or whatever it is that makes certain conversations just kind of like bubble up naturally, right? Like if you're
Yeah.
playing a song about like that's a written song about a war that happened between two nations that's still kind of perceived as contentious, it's normal that conversations would come up around that. So maybe like playing songs about like travesties that happened in Yovance might not be so off-putting for bringing up the topic at hand.
Yeah.
And also you can do things like if you see that the conversation with them is getting a little heated for whatever reason. You can always play louder to be distracting. I get that you're more or less running support on this. For that, are you intending to like also use a perform check to aid them? Is that your intention? Do you have any like spells or class features that you're looking to use to aid them? Like, what's the plan here?
Yeah, I was going to mostly just use the try to use the perform to aid. I don't really have any spells or anything. I'm gonna try to use class features. No. Or well, hold on. Wait a second. No. And then my trait only benefits me, so yeah, just to perform to aid.
Okay, cool. Trying to find the and Wade and Jaaek, what are Koa and Aldo doing to bring this up? Now I'm talking about like before we're even applying. So either way, go ahead. What are your thoughts here?
Koa's listening. I think Koa's going around looking for people that maybe look like a little bit rougher around the edges, just kind of sitting nearby, listening to conversation to hear if anything sounds just out of the ordinary. He also looked over the book of like code words and stuff that was in the counselor's room. I don't know how much he retained of it, but if there's anything that just sounds kind of like familiar from that, looking over that material, or just anything that sounds like, got any people in them crates? Yeah, you want one? Like, obvious. I doubt that's going to be the case. Just kind of listening, keeping an ear out, and trying to sit near anyone that looks like maybe disheveled or gossipy. Maybe someone particularly gossipy is in there saying more than they should. And he's like,
Okay. So more just listening to people and hoping that if a conversation is sparked by Aldo, that or even by the music, that even if Aldo's not the one directly having that conversation, you're nearby enough to listen. All right, understood.
yeah, he'll
Aldo,
like go around with a drink and like not really drink it, but he'll be like taking a sip, sitting down, listening for a while, see if anything sounds interesting. If not, he'll go clap along to the music or whatever, move to a different spot. So he's just kind of moving around listening.
Aldo, what is your plan, sir?
Aldo's plan is he's going to drink, he's going to gamble, and he's going to talk. He's going to talk mainly about how he's supposed to be on leave, but he's been sent down from Meshtez. He has some merchandise he needs moved somewhere out of the city. You know what I mean? And just complaining about how hard it is, and just really kind of being that loudmouth sailor.
Okay. Because you're technically trying to gather this information, there is the gather information check, which is a diplomacy check. Did you want to accept the -10 to be fully discreet, so there's no chance that somebody kind of like picks up what you're putting down, so that there's no chance of, even if you fail, that somebody can kind of like backtrace what you're doing? I'm also willing, because your disguise is so good, I'm also willing to let you take a -5. This makes it so it's not immediate what's going on, but if you fail horribly, like, rumor could get around that somebody was asking questions. Just fortunately that somebody would be a person that doesn't exist, right? So, or do you want to like roll raw, like just roll the dice? You're being a little boisterous. Now, obviously, a character, no matter what, you're using a degree of innuendo. That's the nature of what it is you're trying to do. I'm talking about mechanically impacting it.
Honestly, I feel like the way Aldo handles things, he's not like, I'm not taking them -10. The whole purpose is really to either try and get someone to approach me or something. So I'm gonna roll just raw.
Okay. That means you guys have to be careful, because like if he strikes the wrong note, and then you're in game, you probably don't realize that. Well, I mean, Koa might soon. He's like, I'm trying to offload some goods. Yeah, I got some. Let's just say I got a couple of crates getting a little squeaky. You're like, oh shit.
The women and children are making a lot of noise in the crates that we're selling. It's people.
Oh,
Right, subtle.
Anyways, so cool. Jake, before I have you roll, Keegan, let's have you set the tone.
Okay. So he'll come in, kind of go up to the bartender, taps the lute and says, "Mind if I play? I need a bit of practice."
I guess someone that's supposed to be playing tonight.
All right, new bar. It's all right, new bar.
It's going to be between you and them. You want to see if they'll let you play in their place? That's fine, but I got to deal with them. Between me and you, they ain't very good. So if you know how to string 2 or 3 chords at once, you're already 2 to 3 chords ahead of them.
Well, like I said, I'll be practicing. So if it's bad, then maybe people buy stuff to throw at me.
They chuckle and say, "I never thought of that. I could have been making a killing off that bastard." Well, if they say you can go, you can go.
Just gonna tap the bar and like kind of do like a motion to be like point me at him.
Yeah, they gesture towards them.
Yeah.
You start making your way over there, and as you're crossing over, you notice, oh shit, I know them. They're from your university as well.
Why are they here? Okay.
And so as you're making your way over, you're like, oh, do I engage or do we, as Wade said, next bar?
Who is it?
Yeah, great question. So it's not somebody that was a friend of yours by any stretch of the imagination, but somebody that you've absolutely had classes with. I mean, when it comes to somebody who is more scholarly, if you will, like more into the book learning and kind of like the lore gathering, so on and so forth, that's more where their knack was. They probably shouldn't have gone to a music school, but it was just their passion. And honestly, they took way too many classes focusing on music and just never got very good. And so they misplaced passion, and they're just not very good. You know, years of schooling, not very good.
So not a friend, but they would almost certainly recognize me.
Yeah, you've had a bunch of classes that you went to school with them for years. Yeah. It's not a huge school.
He would turn to the others and go, say, "Hey, I think we bail on this one. That person's gonna recognize me." Just like a quick point, not even like trying to make them be able to see who it is. Just be like, "There's a person out there."
Right. Wish you'd said something before I bought the first drink, but no worries.
I just
Oh,
noticed.
I got that one for you. I'll reach for your drink.
As I'm going to set it down, you just grab my hand and...
It's gone in a gulp. Oh boy.
Right.
Proper opens his throat.
Next art is.
He kind of turns to the bartender and just like, kind of mouths like, "Sorry."
They look at you kind of disappointed, but like, yep, I know you lost territorial, and like it whispers under their breath as you walk away, like cats marking trees, and
he kind of makes a motion like coin and like a throwing motion and points at them as he's like walking out.
cool,
reminding me of the idea.
Yeah. A bit of a chuckle as they clean a mug and you walk out. You go to the next bar, way easier to set it up. You're good to go. And so go ahead and make your performance check. When you walk in, they're like, "Music? Oh, hell, we haven't had a proper musician in here in years. Just a couple of windbags, out there bellowing out of tune, out of beat. Please, get up there. And if you can sing, too, you might earn yourself a few beers."
Just a small town girl.
Okay, never mind. Move along.
He goes, "I'll give it a shot." No, but cool. Perform. Let's see what I roll. It's the end of the night. Okay. Oh, big lag.
I got Double Went Down to Georgia back in my head again.
Looking for a soul to steal. He was even buying. He was way behind.
Big lag is back.
Ooh.
Okay.
My
take
name's
that.
Johnny, and
I
he
don't have
might
a
be
choice,
sin. Take that bait. You're going to regret. So it's a decent performance. It's not memorable. It's not great. It's just a good performance. And so you're able to, set the tone or whatever it is. and I'll say you give a universal +1 to your companions here. So they each are going to get a +1 to their respective checks, which is nice. And so we'll go with that one. Jake, obviously you're going to start over there asking questions. So you can go ahead and bloop with your +1 from this chap. And you say you're going to roll it raw, but he lubed it up for you, which is nice.
Yep.
Cool. Does that include the +1, sir?
It does.
Cool. Awesome. And Wade, you're going to go ahead and do your listening. And again, with just that +1 there. Okay. Honestly, it's a catchy song. And you keep finding yourself distracted because like you like it's like if you ever done like homework or work or whatever it is, listening to music, and then you realize that the music is so enjoyable, you're not focusing on the work you're supposed to be doing because like you're actually enjoying the song. It's that kind
Who
of
takes
scenario.
a midnight carriage going anywhere? Don't stop believing.
I think isn't that actually? I know he's making that reference. Didn't I actually put that on your page, your World Anvil page, Keegan? It's like
If you
I
did,
think you
forgot.
did. I remember reading it.
But
It's-
I
he's
do
a
remember there being
small
a
town
lyric or
bard.
something.
Yeah.
his life is getting
yeah.
really hard, or something like that.
Yep.
Anyways, so
He's there.
Aldo, you're over there having conversations, so on and so forth, and unfortunately, you're not able to crack this nut. You're not able to find out where things are. But you know, for what it is that you're trying to say, they're like, you're trying to, you know, like, more or less, they're like, this isn't the place. Like, the information that you get doesn't, like, again, tell you everything you need to know, but it does. Conversations do come up, kind of suggesting of a different place to go, different taverns to swing by, so on and so forth. And of course, where those taverns are going to be up into that region of town that you were trying to avoid before, up in the sketchy part of town, where you're like, okay, it's not working here. They're suggesting we go up that way, and honestly, it's probably where we're going to get our answers. The downside is, like, that's where if you make mistakes, it's likely going to be noticed. People are going to pick it up and be able to react relatively quickly. So it's a bit of a gamble. More likely to actually get information there, but riskier. Up to you.
I'd relay that to the other two.
Yeah, I imagine as you head out of the bar.
Yeah.
Oh, Keegan, your performance is good enough to get you a free beer.
Sweet. Yeah, a beer will take.
I apparently was
So-
paying so much attention to the song I misplaced my beer. I'm 0 for 2.
Well, what are we
I
going to
didn't
do
pay
now?
attention to the bar. Didn't hear anything that interesting.
Yeah, well,
Great song.
they said we're in the right. Really, we got to go. You know where?
Fuck.
Damn.
Yeah,
Well,
probably likely to get somewhere, but also probably won't escape notice.
If I play bad, I'm going to get stabbed, aren't I?
Yes.
likely that and worse, yes.
Well, we got to get something. We can't let these guys get away, so I say we take the
Right.
risk, right?
I've got my sword and, well,
All right, let's give it another shot then.
Things get bad. I can pull a few tricks. Might help us out. More than just the lights I did last time.
oh, good. I mean, those were very helpful, actually. It was very dark. I will do pretty much the same thing I did last time. Things go south. Perhaps I shouldn't use the
let's hope
sword in a
that doesn't
bar
happen.
fight, though, unless someone else draws a weapon first. That should only be a retaliatory thing.
I would say
Oh,
so.
they're
yeah,
definitely
I would-
drawing weapons in.
Oof.
Well,
Well,
exciting either way, then, isn't it?
yeah, we should definitely leave if it gets bad, and we can leave. I think that's plan A, is run away.
Vroga demands a good fight.
Right, okay, we'll just do our best. Just keeps walking.
Right.
You guys are going to go to the sketchy part of town and start going and checking out some various taverns there to go and play in. And one of them actually
Immediately
will...
suspicious of any children.
Of course. Don't worry, it's nighttime. It's dark. So there's more of them out.
Yeah.
So you guys are able to eventually find one that's willing to let you play. But as you're walking into this place, the person says, "Hey, read the sign." As you come walking in, and you can see on the sign it says, actually carved, though poorly, in 3 different languages, which would be Perrin, Glyn, and what's the other big language around here? What's it called? I say in Perrin, in Glyn, and in Golden. It'll say leave weapons at door. You know what I mean? Or some leave weapons here, leave weapons at door, no weapons allowed. And beneath that, it'll even have a picture of like a sword and an axe with a big circle and a line going through it, more or less saying no. And you can see that there's like, an area right there where you can just like leave weapons sitting there. And they say, read the sign as you guys come walking in.
The rapier would be locked up in my room, so I only have the dagger on me.
That's fine.
Free folk. We keep these on us.
He goes, house rules, don't care.
Quite rude, honestly. I looked at the other two, like, do you think it's okay to leave this? Because, like, I don't want to get stolen.
You can see he looks the other way and gives like a, ah! Get them! And you see this woman comes walking over. She's probably about 5'8", 5'9" herself. A bare-armed, clearly muscular, great shape, so on and so forth. And as she comes walking over, you can see that she has a battle axe strapped to her side, her side or whatever. And when she comes walking over, you vaguely looks familiar to you, Koa, but so you don't remember name or anything, but you can clearly tell she is also free folk like you. And she goes walking over. She goes, "Hey there. House rules, no weapons allowed, but I'll watch after them." And then recognizing that you guys are similar nature, gives you like a quick nod.
All right, then. Feeling more comfortable, I'm assuming. Do I need to roll sense motive on her?
You're welcome to.
Oh my god, not a 10.
Yep. You trust her.
It's finally happened.
Yeah, she's probably hired to be like some sort of bouncer or whatnot here.
All right, then. Been through many a good fight together, so please do look after. Otherwise, there'll be hell to pay all over town, right?
She chuckles and says, "Don't worry, your sweet baby back in your hands soon. We just don't like people killing each other here." Leans in, but like she taps like her axe at her side, and she leans in and says, kind of under her breath, she says, "I ain't ever used this in here. Usually beat him with a bat or my fists if I have to."
I wouldn't mind a good scrap if I could get one. He'll say, like, looking at his own fists. But I won't be starting any.
She says, "Shucks." And
but perhaps, but we'll talk later.
And then I imagine it takes the weapons from anything you guys have, unless it's hidden on your person.
Well, how did they hit?
Yeah, I'll leave the dagger.
I'm hiding a long spear, but it's not on my sheet.
Yeah, I don't have one.
Oh boy. And it's practically a javelin. You're just throwing it anywhere you can.
Hey, it lands.
Anyways, so call him Sir Lancelot. No, so you guys are take your weapons and give it to her, and you can go over and play. So we're gonna do the same thing as before. You can go ahead and make those rolls.
All right. Prepare to be stabbed.
Rolls a natty one again. Come on.
We need a 20, man. We're
Keegan.
due for some 20s tonight.
One. No, that's actually a good roll. That's a total 20.
Speaking of 20s, it's not a natural, but
You put on a proper performance. Like one that actually gets, like when it's jovial, it gets actually people dancing, a good number of them. When it's, more somber, it gets people kind of like mellowed out, makes for like, some hushed conversation, but people mostly listening. Like you put on like a legitimately like a good performance. Enough so that people that maybe probably would have left earlier end up staying, and others that maybe pop their head in end up definitely staying by. Others walking in from the street. Like, you do a good job. And of course, you're not losing your focus. You've selected your playlist before today. Jake, you get a +2 on this roll, not a +2. Not a +1, it's a +2 now.
Nice.
Ooh.
Oh, that's sexy.
All right. I know I rolled the 8 before, but buckle down because Koa is paying more attention this time.
Rolls
the
a 1.
performance might be better, but I'm locked in to nothing.
Is that what the +2?
You're right, dude. It is better. It is better.
That is the +2.
No, he rolled the same. He just had a
I
higher
rolled
modifier.
the exact same number.
What happened was,
right.
what happened was, she kept dancing, doing these little shimmies, and you were like, honestly, I know she's like maybe double my age, but still got some youth to her. You know what I mean?
I warned the others about plains cats, but I myself know how to tame one.
Anyways, Ko is distracted preparing for his evening. As Aldo is, Billy is having some business chatter, and somebody ends up going over him. So let's actually bring this to RP because it's solid role play here. You eventually end up, saying your line about trying to offload some goods or whatever it is, and somebody leans in and they're like, comes over, sits down next to you with their beer. Just kind of like lets a minute or so pass, and then kind of like clears their throat in between songs and says kind of quietly without making eye contact, you're looking to move some stuff.
Yeah, right.
Well, occasionally winds blow north, and what is it? Occasionally what is it? The winds are blowing north and bringing shipments this way. That not claimed?
Oh, you know what they say about asking too many questions.
Hey. I need to make sure this is not going to be something that's going to be something.
It's going to be something that's something for us. Some money for you. That's what it is.
He still hasn't made eye contact or anything. And he's like, listen, I'm about making money, but I'm also about making sure that the right people don't get pissed off. You know what I'm saying? So I got to make sure that this does not belong to nobody. And if you can assure that to me, I'm willing to make a deal.
All right. Well, you're in luck because they don't belong to anybody but us. It's ours,
Nods. Who sent you?
Hey, what do I say about those questions?
Chuckles.
You haven't got this far,
Go ahead and roll me a bluff check real quick.
It'd rather be I'm not telling or just Dan immediately.
Yeah, right. No. Good bluff check. He goes, all right. How many packages?
What we heard of Dan, was it just like there were crates, right?
Yeah.
So how many, did he say how many would come or anything like that?
You mean per?
Yeah.
You that was not clarified.
Okay.
We knew how many left Leshev, though. He told us how many left Leshev.
But you did. There was one crate that was identified that may have been a crate that was used for it. And looking at that size of crate, because it was part of the investigation, you were like, at most 2. You know what I mean? Especially if you're talking about adolescent to adult. At most,
I seen them on the docks too.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
at most 2 people would be fit inside one. But again, that's because they're sedated. So
the crate that left the docks, was that just the one crate
that you saw beforehand?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you only saw one while you were there.
Yeah.
You imagine it's not large shipments.
Yeah. He said that. Just the one this time.
Single or double?
Double.
Quart or pint?
What?
Quart or pint?
He just immediately says, pint.
Oh. He actually looks at you for the first time and says, pair of pints.
Aldo winks at him.
Looks back and looks back ahead, and the song kind of starts to pick up, but it's like a really popular song in the area, and so like you can see he does like a 2-3 clap, leans in, does like one of those like one of those loud whistles, and he's like, man, this guy's fantastic.
Born and raised right here in Hardgwin.
Oh, there's a comedian I saw, and he was like, he's that Australian dude that does like the purple. Is it Randy? I think is his name. Does like the purple Muppet from underneath the table because he's not a ventriloquist. He can't not move his mouth, so he just like hides under a table and does this Muppet named Randy. And one of the things he makes fun of Americans for, he's like, he starts saying city names, and people get excited about it. He's like, yeah, Americans say a place that they one time visited. So excited. And he just keeps saying city names, and people just keep being happy. And it's like, oh, fucking Americans. Yeah, Randy. Okay, I'm not wrong. Cool. Anyway, so back to game. He says, he's like, oh, this guy's great. Wherever you found this, I don't know where this guy came from. Excellent. All right. How long we got till we got to make a deal?
Well, with these things, the sooner the better.
He nods and says, quick trip or is this a long ride? It doesn't matter. Questions. He thinks for a second. He's like, all right, name it.
Does name it like name the price?
Yeah.
Fuck. People got to be worth the money.
We don't need to get. This conversation is getting
What
awkward.
is the value of a human life?
We could say roll an appraise check, but you've got a good enough bluff and everything on you that will suffice. That conversation's getting awkward.
Yep.
So go ahead
How
and roll an
much
appraise
is
check.
a pint of person worth?
Cool. So you make your best stab at whatever price might be. And it's one of those things where second time ever, he actually full on looks at you and says, who do they belong to? These packages.
Like I said, the less you know, the more you get paid.
I'm gonna take a piss. And he gets up to like you can imagine he's going to think. Like he's gonna walk away, take a piss, get another beer, whatever it is, to think about it. Does your character
Koa looks over at that moment when the guy leaves and is like, it looks like he's not found anyone to talk to either. Back to the performance.
Yeah, Mikhail's feeling himself. He's gonna winks at some cute girl in the crowd. He's feeling himself a little too much.
Oh my god, Koa,
Yeah.
did you see that? He just winked at your girl.
He can't handle her.
Anyways, so he goes away and he's gone for a bit. Jake, do you say or do anything in the meanwhile, or do you wait until he just returns?
He would continue drinking and gambling, you know what I mean? Being rather loud, like almost like he's not too worried. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Cool. And so eventually he comes over and he sits down and he says, there's a risk involved. I don't know what to make of you. Yeah. Why don't you go ahead and meet me? You want to meet me behind my Just say it's my friend's place. Sound good?
Listen, this ain't my first rodeo either, all right? There is a risk involved, but that's what the money's for. Money talks, all right? And you know what also is risky? Meeting people behind people's shops. You know what I mean? You want to meet? We meet where the merchandise is.
He looks at you and says, "Oh, you old school, aren't you?"
Old school's only school.
You got tucked away in the ruins, huh?
Hey. Who are you? Yeah.
You can see like there's a calculating look to him, like wonder if I can find that shit. You can see there's a like, calculating look to him.
Hey, repeat business, all right? Not one-offs. Remember that.
All right. Meet with the ruins. Reckon you can hold out till the moon gets low? The little one, of course.
Well, I have had a fucking... I have had a few. I was planning to have a few more. Do you want to wait around a little? We'll go together.
I might have a stop or two. I
Come
gotta make
on.
before.
He pushes one of his things and he's like, I've been on the river for far too long. All right, at least give me some decent company before business.
All right. He leans over and actually turns his attention towards you and says, why don't you call those filthy fucks back over and deal me in?
And I do so.
Cool. You just see that he's gambling all night. He's not even doing anything of value. There, Koa.
He will get a point at some point. He'll get up and putting on that he's more drunk than he is, and he's like, "I need to take a piss. Don't look at me cards."
Is that the other dude?
He says that really loudly.
Yeah. Yep. Sense motive from the both of you.
I was gonna say I don't know. I know what he's trying to do. Poor Koa.
Same, yeah.
He's saying, "Ladies, let's go to the bathroom."
Okay. Now it will roll one day. I have clicked it. It is good.
All right. Both of you realize what's going on. Keegan, the song you're playing has a longer version, but you play the shorter one, much to everybody's surprise, and then can stand up and excuse yourself. I need to take a break, some, excuse, whatever it is. Make your way through the establishment, maybe a lingering eye contact with an individual, and eventually make your way out to where the outhouse area is. All three of you stand lined up at the trough, actually pissing.
Right.
It's sad that I actually pictured like a modern day men's room. Was like, good old urinals. I wonder if these have the sensors on them or not.
No, it's like Fed My Park.
Oh, back to reality. Yes, the trough. The pigs are eating out of one side. We're pissing in the other. Love it.
Guys. They have to make Golden Keef somehow.
Oh. I imagine, too, it's one of those things where you get in there, we're like, all right, what? Well, he's peeing. I have to fucking pee. All right, well, let's pee and talk.
Those yellow
Break
bars of
the
soap in the
rule.
urinal ain't bars of soap. Let's just say that.
Are we the only ones around?
Yeah, we'll say like by the time the third one goes in, somebody else shakes 4 or 5 times and then makes their way out, wiping their hands on their shirt, wet on their shoe.
Like,
Is there a
taking
way
up
to
like an
wash your
awkward amount
hands
of
in this
space at the
place?
trough.
There's no sinks.
Yeah.
What
Maybe a
about
basin
hand
somewhere.
sanitizer? Is there a mage prestidigitizing everyone's hands as they walk in?
There will be in a second, but it won't be everyone.
Aldo has a little alcohol to help you out, but go ahead, boys.
When you both come in, Aldo just says, I've got someone. He's
Me too.
he
She's
said something.
strong lady.
Listen,
very good
shut
dancer.
up, Koa. I don't have time. Right?
Right.
I've got someone here who's going to do a transport. Seems to know exactly what he's moving. Worried about it being for whether or not he's stepping on anyone's toes, and he thinks we're holding it in the ruins. Right? He's going to walk me there. When I leave, you's got to leave. Right? You need to tail me.
Okay, we can do that.
Do
Should we leave
not
early
lose
and be there
sight
and
of
ready?
me.
How
Maybe.
close do we need to stay? Just eyesight?
I don't fucking know. Tail me. Oh, you's a good bard you are, mate. He says really loudly. Where did you learn how to play like that? Seriously,
just on the
do
road.
not
you know?
lose sight of me.
Somebody comes
course
walking
not.
in, ripping ass as they open the door. Like, oi, it's you.
When he says ruins, does Koa know where those are? Are those on the map?
Yeah, you know you know where the ruins are. Not too far from the market.
Okay.
Comes in yelling. I'm just like, yep, hands are busy. Can't wave.
He goes, I don't need you
With
strumming
that,
nothing in here.
I will work out. I will leave first, and just start like singing some random song you were singing, doing that stuff where you don't know the words and all that. As I head back inside.
He'll actually, as he goes over to like one of the portholes to like sit down and start, go to the bathroom. He's like, hey, listen, I was wondering if you could. There was a song I heard recently. It was about some fuck that got himself all caught up. Came down the river just this morning, yesterday, whatever it was. Dan or something.
That song hit this place. What is this?
How you
Billboard
beat
Top
us
100?
here?
That song was written days ago. Remember? Days before you left.
True.
It's already made it here. Someone was like, I need to get a boat. And I need to get to Hodgoid to play this immediately. They're going to think it's my song.
Yeah, I know that one.
I'm
Oh,
Schmeichel
good. What about
Jackson,
Dan?
and this is my song.
I'm half the people who wrote it.
What? No, come on now. That's gotta be bullshit. What? You are pretty good at what you do.
This guy shitting while standing? What the fuck's happening?
Yes,
back there?
and Scott's got something brown on his thumb at the moment too. It's really, really poor timing there for you, Scott.
He's a method actor.
It works. It makes us
Yeah, I said he was
That was
shitting. There's no toilet paper.
man got way into character, guys. Like
I swear it's chicken. Okay, it's chicken.
he shit on his chicken. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know anybody who would have done that. Not for the bit. Hell
Oh
no.
man, there's
Couldn't
no amount
have
of
been
redeems
me.
y'all need to do in chat to
Mad
overcome that
respect.
embarrassment. Got just shit live on stream to prove a point.
I said he sat
Didn't
down
stop
on a
eating
little-
either.
One of the little holes. Anyways, he more or less calls out you out for bullshit or whatever.
But I was just like, no, I definitely know it. You can believe it or not, but I guess we'll find out.
And
Better get back out there.
Yeah, you gotta get back out there.
Yeah,
Noah's gonna try to wait in a
himself.
spot to intercept Mikhail before he gets up there. He'll try to put on a bit of like a. Oh, I want to talk to you about your next performance. I had a song suggestion.
Oh yeah, what's up? Like, kind of walks aside with you.
He'll try to quietly just tell him like, I know where the place is. We could try to get there early rather than tailing.
We should start by tailing just in case maybe the guy doesn't actually take him there or something, right?
I just don't want to scare him off. We're not exactly good at this kind of thing. I don't think. Perhaps. Whatever.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if you're
lose him-
sure, but if you find time, please do play it.
Yeah. I already got a request going, but we'll see if I can squeeze it in.
Somebody from the
Jump
crowd's
back up on
like,
stage.
"I'll squeeze you in."
Better not be
Focus.
Koa's girl.
Their fingers are brown.
He's got the battle axe in the air. It's like, woo! Better than Scott's brown.
Lock in Mikhail.
Anyways,
Stop listening to the groupies. This is how everyone else gets caught up.
eventually, Aldo will leave with the chap and start walking. But with that, we could probably end for the evening.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have to clean my hand. Well,
God damn it, why'd you have to find somebody now? Koa's yet another night. No love.
Right?
Oh yeah, campaign.
I was sitting there going, man, Koa might actually score. Nope. Gotta do the murder tonight.
Mikhail gets it fucking twice in one night. At least Aldo and Koa think so.
Nothing happened the second night. I'm surprised nobody even said anything. You guys are just like tee-heeing in the barn. And just,
Oh, we were having
just
hay bale fights.
keep it to yourselves. You just got this like internally cyclical rumor going on.
I mean, it makes sense because one of them's 18 years old, and then the other one, he's just the creepy uncle. You know, so you definitely imagine the creepy uncle is like, that's my boy right there. Look at
I just
that
imagine you.
notch in the old bedpost. Creepy uncle.
Sheesh.
Anyways,
But-
cool.
Yeah, that's fun.
Anything exciting coming up for you boys?
Podcast.
Podcast.
There's a podcast coming up.
Friday.
Mm,
Like every week.
that's exciting. Any big secrets happening on the podcast? You have any special guests?
No?
No special guests?
No?
No.
No unspecial guest. No guest.
You're not going to have Katie hasn't seen that yet, and then Katie joins the podcast, and she's like,
Katie's great, but she's definitely not invited to the podcast now.
I don't blame you. I wouldn't invite Katie either. We had Katie once. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, never again.
Never again. Yeah, she was pretty awful. I mean, she
You're so mean to chat, too.
she was awful to chat. She always wanted to talk about butt chugging, and something about people licking her sweat or something like that.
Really gave you some mean insults. Like, she really laid it on thick.
It was bad. Like, usually it's just funny. Yeah, some of those.
Like, we all know you're geriatric, you have shit on your thumbs. Like, we get it, but, like, we don't have to tell you about it every stream. She just wouldn't let it go.
All right.
Yeah, it's wild.
Don't worry, we'll never mention it.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, just between us.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Katie, if you're watching this, we don't mean anything. Please don't hurt us.
Katie's not watching
I
this.
thought you were gonna be like,
She
Katie,
doesn't
if you're watching this, you suck.
Yeah, yeah.
No, never.
Fuck you, Katie. No, I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
Katie's great.
I'm-
People. Shout out to Katie.
I'm not saying this under any kind of duress.
Wait, you're blinking. It's Morse code. It says I'm in duress.
No, it says I'm in. Can we go?
Do you want to?
Can we
Do
leave?
you want to say anything before we go?
Do I want to? Sure. Go to the Unnatural Ones or whatever my channel is on Tuesday at the same time slot. Probably going less late than this. Probably.
There you go.
I got to split the party again on accident, sort of.
Well done.
Why on
Yeah.
And for Jake, it'll probably be something like, I got nothing, right, mate? Good night.
That's
good?
exactly right. That was a good impression. I like that.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks everybody. We're gonna go ahead and click that goodbye button.
I do a Scott, too. Oh, there's poo on my thumb. Is that a good impression?
Who pooped on my thumb?
Mom?
That's why I said, Troll, I need to go.
Brett, my chicken pooped on my thumb.
Again, Scott?
The fuck?
Well,
All right.
that was something.
That was something.
Bless
you, Keegan, for noticing his poo thumb.
Dude, I happened to look right up as he's doing as he's doing his straining impression. Right as the thumb comes up, and my first thought was like, "Ew!" Even though I'd seen he was eating wings. Just because of the scene. It was,
Was
like
he
my brain
eating
was
the
like,
whole
oh, hell
stream?
no.
I'm pretty sure for 5 straight hours, Scott sat there eating.
He's eating a 5-hour fucking meal.